subs, though, aren't near where yours are, though. That's the problem. Nobody can super chat where I'm at. So I'm just saying.
The problem is, and this is it. I might have subs, but I don't have viewers. You have viewers. You don't have subs.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're right. You're right. It's a one-off type of deal, and it's YouTube is interesting. What you have to do to make this shit happen. So
no, I'm glad that your channel's up. Yeah, your channel's up. And by the way, Carlos said he subscribed to your channel a bit. Nice. Yeah, where's the flag? You should have fucking been here when I was on earlier.
Kenneth,
thank you for being here. No, thank you for being here, and thank you for watching the show.
We were talking about you, Cap. So Kenna said that you popped his cherry.
No, not in the way you were thinking. The cherry of being on a show,
a live show. Yes, I find it funny though. I find that very funny. I know,
and he keeps saying that. I'm like, Jack, you can't. I know what you're saying, but you have to say, Captain, you were the first. You say it like this. You say, you were the first person I went on a podcast show with, which means you popped my cherry.
Therefore, you popped my cherry. Yeah.
You explain it.
Exactly. Therefore, you pop my cherry. Right. You don't just come off with Captain Jack pop my cherry. Right.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah.
All right. So, hey, if you don't mind, some of my folks are popping in from my channel.
Yeah.
So where's the flag?
Yeah. I'll show it. I'll show you. I wanted to, like I said, anybody that is watching me that's already here, make sure you're going to. That's why I kept your sub up, because I want people to go to your channel.
I got you.
Yeah, that's the main reason why. And because when you show that, then then you know who to fucking sub to. And I want to acknowledge the people that are here from your channel, like Where's the Flag, and who else? Ardell. I want to acknowledge them. Kenna's a dually. He's on both of them.
Right.
Captain's
so Ardell's probably already subbed to you, more than likely.
Yeah, but I want people. Like Carlos said he subbed to you.
Oh, nice. Ardell is also a veteran as well. Ardell's like huge supporter of my show. So
there you go, shipmate. Thank you for that as well. And I thank everybody that's over here. Is that Zelsbo?
Where Zalesbo? What's going on, man? That's a dude from Mitch Rentz's show.
Is it really?
It is.
Holy shnikes. Yeah. Well, anybody that goes to Mitch Rentz's show that goes to your show, I've never seen you, sir, and I'm not saying that, come on over for some old dude, because Rentz is Rentz. Rentz has got what, 20,000 subscribers.
200,000.
Okay. Excuse me, Mitch Renz. I didn't mean to denigrate the amount of fucking subscribers you have.
It's crazy amount. Yeah.
200 that he makes money. That's his job. Yeah. And whereas I see you just got the baby to sleep, I get you.
Sure. Sharif says for $50 he bought the syndication rights.
Right now he did. He did. That's why that is staying up here. That's why staying up here.
I just wanted to shock you. That's all.
You did. And thank God I didn't have a fucking drink in my mouth. I'd be fucking on,
right.
Yeah, or spitting at the fucking channel, man.
What people don't realize though, is that you and I have talked. You know what I mean? And we want to do things together. You know what I mean? And I literally work is like taking me out for a minute. So I'm probably going to be on a little bit less, but I want to be on other people's shows. So that's kind of part of this is kind of like my, I don't want to say rebirth, but like my just hanging out with everyone else that wants me to be there. And to be honest with you, that's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
If you want me to be there, I'll be there. You know what I mean? For just a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of a breather from all the drama, you know?
Well, hopefully, and you can get with me anytime you want because you do got my number now. Okay, at least I'm pretty sure. And I'm not kidding. It's like if I can figure out how to bend my route because I'm going up 75.
Okay.
Before, and then I got to make a decision, you know, because I'm going into South Carolina and I'm going to go into Greenville.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm right there.
Okay.
So if you go up 75, you turn right on I-40, come across Tennessee, all the way across Tennessee, I'm at the very end of Tennessee on the eastern side.
So you're by Virginia then?
Yeah. Virginia and North Carolina. I'm right on the corner of both of them.
Okay. Well, just like Sharif said, you got the naming rights to the show right now. I'm keeping that up. I am keeping that up because again, you did surprise me, and I don't want to take if somebody has given me a big. I've seen 20s before. Yeah, baby, I've seen 20s before. You know, put that shit.
Dance nice though. Dance nice for the 20.
Man, I don't know if I've ever. I don't recall. I don't ever recall a fitty.
Look, I got that today. Literally freaking had Cuban ladies on a ride tour on the ranch that I work on.
I was gonna say I heard Cuban ladies and riding. I'm like, yeah.
They were a soccer team, and I took them on an ATV ride tour. Handed me a hundo.
Ride.
Handed me a hundo when it was done.
Okay.
I'm not going to talk about the rest of the ride. Just saying.
Okay. Well, you go tell the Cuban ladies that I'm definitely because I've been in Cuba.
They were smoking, bro.
Oh my god.
I'm just telling you.
I definitely
I taught them how to ride 4-wheelers.
I got it. I
took
definitely
them out on a tour. So
okay.
Let's just leave it at that.
Let's just say for those that have been here since Miss Peggy was on, and Miss Peggy is a wonderful lady. So when she has gone, we have gone seriously misogynistic. I apologize. That's me. Okay. It's
misogynistic's not bad.
Yeah. She gave him a special right. But I am a gentleman to ladies. I am.
And if you weren't, I wouldn't be talking to you. Thank
you. Yeah, because people that know me know that because he said, well, it's probably going to be a hot babe. Said, well, no, I hang out with ladies that are decent looking. Okay. And I wouldn't be. Yes, I heard the special right, but it's like I treat people well, men and women. Okay, men and women, which is why that's why Kenneth's cherry got busted. Anyway, yes, Kenneth, just say it the way I said it. You were the first person that I went on a podcast with. Therefore, ergo, you need to say that therefore and ergo makes you sound smarter. It makes you sound smarter.
I was just cherry busting. Yeah.
There you go. But yeah, right. for Cuban hotties, for Cuban hotties, man, shit, yeah.
Oh,
anyway,
dude,
but yeah, I'll figure out.
Well, the thing about it was only one of them could speak English, so I had to go get my mechanic, who is Mexican. I'm like, hey, so come here. You're riding with me, bro. You know?
Yeah, I'm sure he didn't hate it either.
No, he was not. It wasn't like he wasn't a fan of it. Yeah.
Marcus, good to see you, brother. Appreciate that. And Ardell, appreciate you. God and family.
He goes, monster. I'm like, yeah, all of them.
Ella, see, this is how you say that in Spanish. Ella tiene grande tetas.
Grande tetas, yes.
Yeah. Ella, or ella means she or her.
No.
Tiene has, and you know grande tetas. So there you
go.
Right.
Grande tetas.
Yeah. Ella tiene grande tetas. Uy. Ay, mami. Caliente.
I said, Daniel, ¿dónde es the tatas? He goes, right there. I said, come with me. He goes, okay.
Yeah. My Spanish got a lot better because my Tagalog is enough to get and I'm saying this, I admit it, okay? Because for those who were just here when Angela was on, okay, remember I speak Tagalog, okay? And I will say this openly. If you speak Tagalog, you will get fed and fucked around the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
For nothing.
Yeah. If you speak the language, you will definitely you won't go hungry. You won't go hungry, and you will probably have other activities that are beneficial to your what's it called? What do you call it when we're working out? Your not carbohydrate. Whatever you're fucking working out shit. Okay. I need yeah for that. Tagalog will get you fed and fucked throughout the world. Donde están las chicas muy bueno, por favor? There you
go. Jack Candace says, ¿Dónde es las chicas muy bueno por four? No, it's
yeah. I know that's spelled wrong, by the way. It's like favor.
Yeah, it's favor.
It's favor. Por favor. And yeah, I wanted to talk about tomorrow's game, Angelo. Okay. And by the way, Angelo's on the show. Thank you there, Angelo. I said, let's talk about tomorrow's game. Angelo, do you see the reason why this gentleman is here? You see the $50 bomb that was dropped?
And Angelo, I have one thing. I waited for you to leave. If you left, I'm like, hey man, bring me on then. Since he has so much boxing shit to do, maybe Jack could bring me on.
Yeah,
just
I will. And like you said, and I will talk with this gentleman. Like maybe we will do something. I'm not. Wait, I tell you what. I'm not going to announce it now because then you'll feel obligated. We will talk about doing during the season.
Well, I will tell you this, Cap. If we meet up, we're going to do something. Okay, is that okay?
Yeah.
We're going to do something for sure.
Okay, now I gotta ask. Oh man, I tell you, thank God the FC. And by the way, folks, and I've said this, I was on the Armed Forces Network. Okay, that's real FCC shit. You know, real. You can't cuss. You can't say whatever. I've been on real radio. Okay, real radio. The Armed Forces Network, or what used to be AFRTS, Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
AFARS.
Right. Then it went to AFN, Armed Forces Network. I've been on real radio. Okay. When I talk with Ken Thompson, I'm talking on real radio. And by the way, Ken says he always no cussing. I said, I got you, Ken. I can do that. I can do 2 hours without cussing. I swear I can. I can do it.
You got to do it like your mom's in the room. That's the way you do it.
Yeah. Or what you do is you have like a mini 1 second delay in your
switch.
you got a mini 1 second delay switch. So you know, oh, Ken, I'm glad you asked that question, sir. And even if I'm talking, real excitedly about the Raiders, okay, I don't got Emacs here. Yeah, by the way, Emac,
what's good, pretty bastard? So we're pretty?
Yeah,
pretty bastards.
Yeah,
pretty
I know.
Bastards. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Emac. First off, Emac is a Seahawks fan. He's. Wait a second. Let me set you up. He is a decent troll, but he's a decent troll. But he actually gives sports related content.
Love it.
So he's my favorite, and he calls himself that now. He's my favorite troll because we got rid of that fucktwat who shall remain nameless. Okay, so Emac, I allow Emac a little bit of creative license. He said it's a pretty bad. Okay, pretty bad. Hey, it's fine. Yeah.
Hey, Emac, you want the good news or the bad news, bro?
But go sign up, Emac. Sign up for Raider Shield family, sir. There you go.
Yeah, this should be fun. Seahawks fans in the freaking Raider chat should be fucking amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, he's a decent guy, and I don't know if you know this, but Nav, I have like Positive Philly is an Eagles fan, and he comes in. I used to have a couple other fans from other teams pop in. I enjoy the fact that there are fans from other teams coming in to talk, and then Raider fans would get all pissed off and like, why is he on? Why is he on? I said, no. The question is, why aren't you on? Because they picked the link to talk about what they thought was important to fucking talk about.
Right.
So if you're pissed off that Emac is here, about fucking Matt Marinovich, I love you, man. About fucking time. I've only been here.
Matt. How you doing, brother?
Fucking hours, brother. Now it's official. Now I have an official show because Matt's here. I can't have an official show until Matt Marinovich shows up to say, I'm here. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Exactly.
That's it.
Matt, get on over to the Raider Shield family too, bro.
Yeah, Matt, if you haven't already, my shipmate here, and I can definitely call my shipmate here, who dropped this $50 big baller bomb.
Come on, man.
Like I said, I will say
Cuban chicks tipped me, so I gave you half of it.
I trust me, I would have loved to have been there for the full honey.
It was interesting. It was interesting.
Yeah. Matt, and by the way, Matt, I'm telling you, because so you'll know, Miss Peggy and I are going to be doing shows every other Thursday. God, I sound like snapped and Z formation.
You're doing snapping, but it's good. I get what you're saying.
Or 3 snaps up. There you go. That we're going to do shows every other Wednesday. So I will be on most likely. I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm thinking on Tuesdays, I will be on with Coach Defense on that show. Every other Wednesday, I will be on with Miss Peggy, and I'm trying to do something on that every other. So I will be on Wednesdays as I can. I'm on Thursday. Okay. Friday is a travel day. Saturday is a Raider party. Sunday's the game, and I do my show after the game on Sunday, and Monday's a travel day. So I'm fucking booked.
Yeah. Starting
now. This is the season. I'm booked until fucking January. And if I do my knees, it'll be, January. If the Raiders go to the playoffs, I'll be making money on small bets I made for the playoffs.
Wow, nice.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what though, Jack, you come to my place, you get here a day early before you have to leave. We're gonna get on the boat. We're gonna do some fishing. And oh, by the way, the boat is silver and black. Just saying.
Just saying. Okay. I like that. But if I'm staying like a lot of days, it might have to be
Yeah. I'm with you.
In January. I don't know what
January's not gonna work for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably fucking cold. It's probably cold.
That thing will be freaking in a cocoon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, if I do this, and I would love to do that, because I'm and by the way, as long as I'm alive, because God, God being the person that He is, or the entity that He is, tomorrow's not promised. So I am thinking that when I do eventually get my travel trailer that I can go to places, I will go on the road a hell of a lot more.
Well, I have 3.5 acres to park it on.
Okay.
So, and power put into it, and water.
Yeah. And I hope so too, Emac, that we know. Yeah. And by the way, this is like a Raider room, and I've been given permission. I've been given permission that I can actually have guests in the house. Especially if I've been to their place. That's why, So if I come to your place, then by rule authority of, Philippine Grand Central, I have to be able to reciprocate the offer.
Well, interesting.
Yeah.
So if I come to your place, you have to come to mine.
Well, if you come to my place, I'm going to have to I got to get permission, because I haven't been here. I haven't been to your place yet. But if I go to your place, then it's pretty much you're in like play.
Well, and so 2,000 square foot home, 3.5 acres, me and my wife. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure we can find a place for you to take a nap.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And by the way, did you get the number for those Cuban chicks so I can have them in your place too?
Well, no, I didn't get their numbers, but there were certain things that were handled at a certain period of time where there are some pictures.
Oh, I can't wait to see this.
But they're not for this show.
No, they are eyes only. They are eyes only picture.
All right, hold on. James Furpo in the house.
Yeah, so that's an official show. If I got a Furpo and a Marinovich, it's an official show.
It's an official show. Furpo is here. The one thing about Furpo, that dude works 22 hours out of a day.
Yeah,
that
you
dude
do.
is always at work, and the only thing he wants is Raiders.
How long? Jimmy, I allow you to do that, and I'm going to say this: I love that, and I will be in the chant. But for those that don't know, that's a nice chant, and I'll get the chant going, like when I'm on the megaphone, and I'll say, "Yeah, let's hear it," right, and I'll start it. But if the chant is already started, I'll let y'all, for the most part, scream your lungs out, because what I do, and this is just me, I'm not saying it's right, wrong, or different, it's just me, I give the biggest yarg at the end of it. I yarg. And Buddy Bear, you are right. Said person has so many fucking bullshit thing. Or if you're Filipina is what Mrs. Captain Jack said on the rules of the invite. Yeah, we went. By the way, yeah, we went. Shh. You know, we won't talk about that.
Hey, all y'all that come from my chat, please make sure you go over and hit up Captain Jack. Okay.
And if you're here, that's why I kept this $50 wonderfulness up. If you're here and you haven't already subscribed to Raider Shield Family, that's the channel you need to sign up for.
Hey, Jack or Furpo, either one of you guys have the ability to put it in the chat, the link in the chat.
Yeah.
Because you guys have the wrenches.
Yeah. And you said a gentleman was on Mitchell Renz's channel. Thank you. Was that Salisbo? Did I get that right? It was a while ago.
Wow. Who was it?
The one that stopped by Mitchell Renz's channel. Welcome by. Tell all Renz's people to come on over, because Renz has his good stuff of good information, but you get a chance to talk with me.
Right.
You get a chance to talk with me.
And what was cool was the Friday night show last week. Mitch came on my show.
Holy shit.
And we chatted it up. He said, I'll be there about 30 minutes. Guess how long he was there, Jack?
Probably 2 hours.
2 hours and 30 minutes.
Wow.
We were freaking chopping it up. We had like 8 people on the screen at once, just chopping it up, having a good time and everything. And we raised $1,000 for someone that needed it at the same time. That's awesome. What the nation is all about, Jack.
That's
helping
true.
each other. You know what I mean? Helping the family, right?
That's awesome.
Do you agree with that? I mean,
I agree. And I will say this. Because, and this is the truth, I did a promo for Grim because of his cancer issues, and I promoted that because I know Grim for over 15 years.
Yeah.
He would never ask.
Right.
He would never ask for money, for help, for anything. So I did a promo for Grim Raider to get some money in his coming into his way. I helped out Jeff LaFontaine for Raider, the young gentleman, Little Raider, that their family for those things. I've done causes.
Yep.
But Grim was the only one that I sponsored on my show.
Right.
And the reason why is this. I will support people. I will give money to people. I'll put the word out. Hey, if you want to help out, do this. But I get hit up for this person needs it, and this person needs it, and this person needs it, and this person. I'm not lying.
No,
and the minute that I knew it, I'm like, fuck.
Yep.
I can't do everybody. I can't do everybody. And I'm sorry. I will give money when I can for things, because, by the way, folks, I'm unemployed.
Retired.
No, I'm not even retired yet. I'm unemployed. I want to get to retirement. You're retired and employed, which is awesome.
True. Yeah.
Which is awesome.
True talk.
You're retired and employed.
Right.
I'm unemployed and not retired. There's a big difference. And by the way, Big Baller retirement a hell of a lot bigger than mine. Okay, I'm just saying, and it's deserved. I don't take anything away from that. People, what's the difference? It's a good step difference, and that's why I appreciate the fact. That's why that $50 Big Baller comment's been up here for as long as it is, because I appreciate that. And again, this shipmate.
That's because you're a shipmate.
That's right.
This shipmate,
this shipmate, and I will do things with shipmates. I will do things with people. I'm very pro-military. I'm very pro-military. I'm very pro. What do you call it?
Pro-human. I'm pro-human.
I'm con. Well, I'm con. Pro.
It has its. Yeah.
Then
can I hear in this chat though?
Yeah,
I'm all pro that.
Yeah.
Everybody
and I want to keep that up. Yeah, Raider Transplant Angelo Captain. We did a promo. Y'all okay? The promo came out. Angelo did a promo for me. I ain't saying it, or I've said it right there. I didn't do it. I did it, but Angelo did it because he knows how to do it.
Yeah.
He knows how to do it. I don't know. He did all the work. I'm not taking credit for anything that Angelo does. Angelo does a shit ton of stuff.
Right.
And I gotta get I gotta give him permission to get back into the channel because I lost it when my StreamYard went down. But Kenna, you know where the link is? It's up there. It's up there in the comments section.
Scroll up. Quit being a freaking. Quit being a bitch and fucking reach up there and find it.
Yeah, find it. Find it. You know my new favorite word. You know what my new favorite word is, and I've said it a lot. Fuck twat. Anybody that is. I'm not saying Jack Kenna is. I'm saying Jack. Don't make me call you a fuck twat.
No, Jack's good people.
I know he is. Jack is awesome. I've had dinner with Jack Kenna at the name of that place with Twin Peaks. We've had dinner at Twin Peaks. We've had dinner. They were okay. We've had dinner at a Mexican restaurant, which was great food. We've had a dinner at an Italian place. I've had dinner with Jack Kenna at least 3 times. So I can thump just like the guy did in fucking Platoon. Oh, and then go like that. I can do that. Okay. So I thump my chest with Jack Kenna in a good way. Okay. So Jack Kenna's not a fuck twat, but do some work.
He is kind of a pussy though. Buddy Bear says, I got this new theory. There's only one Chargers fan.
I saw that.
Multiple accounts to make it look like they have 5 or 6. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah.
And that's why whenever I figure out who that fucker is, block. And you can't hide illiteracy.
No.
You can't hide illiteracy.
It's always the same. There will be something about a Pop-Tart or something about Pony Boy.
and he'll misspell Jack Kenna's name.
Yeah, and he'll misspell everything.
Yeah.
It'll be completely illiterate in the chat. That's how you know you got him.
Can't scroll up for that. Okay, Jack, just for you.
Oh, look.
I'm spoon feeding you.
Yeah.
And by the way, Nav Man knows what spoon feeding what it entails, because that is when you are a certain
individual that needs help, and it's like, oh my God, you're not doing any work. We will spoon feed you. We're just gonna.
Oh, See, there you go. Before I even put the link up. See, Jack, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
Yo, hey, I love this connection with you two, man. I do thank you guys for like both of you guys join in on Cap channel, like, you know, on the Wild West show, like it was my son's 23rd birthday, which is crazy. You know, Cap, going back in time, the first time we met, going to Trace Hermanas in Sacramento.
Great.
You know, when you came out, it was my son's birthday. It's like, you know, I try to get the wife and the kid, you know, both kids come out and they're like, no. But we all met up with Cujo 916, your friends from Stockton.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a great time. That was a great time.
You can say it. I had two good friends from Stockton. I had you there. I had Cujo there. And I had a bimbo. You can say it. I had a bimbo.
Hey, well, I will say this. Your bimbo was really cute.
No, she was smoking, but she was still a bimbo.
She was still, yeah, she was smoking. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did pull a cute one, dude. I will say that. I was impressed. And, you know, for those in the nation, she had like, you know, a black lace body outfit on, like you can see through all of it. And she brought out her little puppy too, like, you know, a little tiny Chihuahua type dog. Yeah, it was
a fucking purse dog. She had a fucking purse dog. I mean, really.
He did. It was a purse dog. It was in a purse too.
It was a fucking purse dog. Her homage to fucking Paris Hilton type shit. Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Not so much.
And yeah, and by the way, obviously don't talk to this person anymore because I try to keep time with people that are worthwhile.
Right.
That's all I'm going to say.
That's the key.
I'm going to keep if the person is not worthwhile, then see ya. And I know worthwhile people. Angelo,
and I don't want to be you.
Wow. Angelo's worthwhile. Why? Because he comes in here
absolutely
together. And fucking Kenna's worthwhile. And even though they don't come in the show, fucking Matt Marinovich and Jimmy Firpo, because they're always here. And there's a shit ton of other people. I'm not going to say, I'm sorry if I forget to name you personally. You know, Sharif comes in the show, okay? And there's a bunch of other people. Emac comes in the show. He's not even a fucking Raider fan, right? I like to have people that participate, okay? Right. It makes the show a lot better. I don't want you to listen to me for 2 fucking hours. That's fucking boring. It's boring.
Right, Jack. Like for me on my show, G-Fam, Rosetown.
Right.
We're getting, where's the flag?
Right.
All these freaking dudes, man. You know what I mean? They're always there. You know what I mean? Always there.
So,
you know
so now they're always there. And I see them on your show, every single show. But Nav, I got to correct you on one thing. So, like when me and Captain Jack are on the same show, Captain Jack is Captain Jack, and I'm just Jack.
Yeah,
because people get confused. So we put those rules up, like I don't know what 4 or 5, 6 years ago. So, so we're on the same channel. It's Captain Jack, and I'm just Jack.
Yeah. Well, actually, you don't even say Captain Jack. Say that's Captain. I'm Captain.
Yep.
And that's
I just call him Cap.
Yeah, or that. Yeah, Cap. Yeah.
Cap.
I'm going to call you Big Baller from now on, man.
I'm just going to call you Skipper.
Nice. Well, I'm glad that you guys, you know.
Kenna, I'm going to tell you something right now. You don't come in here fucking making rules, bro.
Well, no, that's been a rule for me and, you know, Captain Jack we've had for like forever because people get confused. Like, who are we talking to?
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes sense.
2 jack-offs in one show. Sweet. Yeah. We know. Right.
As long as it's not on screen, it's okay.
Right.
Yeah. As long as it's not on screen. But this conference, which is really awesome, and I appreciate Dark's here. Appreciate that. Where's the flag? Yeah, dark's over.
Nice.
I
Dark,
gotta ask, okay? Because I've been on. It's fucking almost midnight to me. Okay, I know. Do you got to work tomorrow, bud?
I do.
Okay.
I do too.
Okay. Well, yeah, but you're on the fucking West Coast, Jack. You don't. I'm talking about somebody who's on the East Coast time. Okay.
Yeah.
Agreed with that.
Yeah.
Tenno.
I was gonna say this is what, and here it is. I would put the comment up since that's what was promised, and I'm trying to get to that, Angelo. That was my point. Since we're all here, I would like to talk about tomorrow's game. Since we're all here, and by the way, my shipmate and I will talk about ad nauseum. We're gonna do something together. We're gonna collab to be. Yeah, I know. Follow my own rules. God damn it, fucker, motherfucker. God damn it, Angelo. I'm going to fucking get to that. I swear.
You pucker.
Bucket.
You know, Cap, what I think is so funny going back to the old days with Roku, where like you would bust my balls, like, you know, you can't say a swear word, and hearing you say that, dude, I love it.
Oh,
yeah.
This is freaking royalty right here. Ron Raspberry just popped in the chat.
Ron.
What's up, Ron?
You, Ron. Okay.
Now he's going to command the chat now at this point. Wipe your feet, subscribe. That's what he's going to be doing. Guaranteed. Wipe your feet, subscribe. Subscribe, like.
Do it, Ron. Both channels.
Yeah. Okay. Ron, welcome in, sir. And I know by your little what is it, like a, what is that? That would be like a
little racetrack thing.
Yeah, but it kind of looks like a paperclip, though. It does look like
something. I don't know what it is.
Ron, because you have that paperclip, I know you are subscribed to Big Baller's channel because that's why I have this on here.
Baller.
Okay.
Big Baller.
Yeah, Big Baller's channel.
All right.
We will talk about transitions then.
Yeah. So, Ron, Ron, if you're not already subscribed, it's Captain Jack Rackham. That channel.
Yeah, hit it up for the OG, bro.
Absolutely.
No. Not for. Okay, I've been doing this.
No, I meant you as an OG, not the OG that we both you and I know, Cap. So I'm saying you as an OG.
I know. I would just say I appreciate. Now, I used to do this on Facebook all the time. I used to do this like going into, and I'll tell you who fucking OG is fucking Raider Joe.
Oh, Raider Joe versus OG Daniels?
No, Raider Joe. Raider Joe did the Raiders show in Virginia in fucking enemy territory in Richmond on the radio. Raider Joe did a Raiders show in Richmond, Virginia that was simulcast and went out to everybody. He has a show, a radio show, mind you, in Richmond, Virginia, talking Raiders football. So I got to say that, and I would go, I went on his show. Literally, I drove up and did his show one time because I was in the area. So I got it. So Ron and Seth and all the guys, I appreciate it. If you come over, because you got the little paper clip there, come over to my show as well. And what we'll be doing, I talk. If you can't fucking understand, I talk Raiders football. I talk movies when people aren't talking Raiders football. I talk no politics and no religion. That's all. Those are my stipulations. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Angelo, Raider Joe with Big Daddy Jose Delgado. Fuck yeah. That's it.
Angelo, do you live, again, I kind of forgot, dude. I'm sorry, I'm getting old. Are you on the East Coast too, bro?
No, Angelo's in Vegas.
Oh, it's in Vegas. Okay.
He's in Vegas. Well, let's talk about the game tomorrow, because Angelo brought it up before he popped. Okay, and I'm staying up. Please come by, and I'm going to stay up. It's going for midnight. Fuck it, I'll do another half an hour or so, maybe more.
I thank you, Cap, because you know what? That's something I didn't get an opportunity to talk about on tonight's show. So
yeah,
let's talk on your channel.
No, let's talk about, because Peggy and I alluded to it. That there is issues with the offensive line. I'm more positive than she is because I'm an offensive lineman. Okay. I'm more positive than she is about the offensive line because I've played the fucking position. I'm not saying that she's wrong, but I think that the offensive line will be that much better because the players are that much better and the fucking coaching is that much better. That's where it is. And Matt Marinovich,
offensive coordinator too.
Hey, thank you, Seth Milburn. Hit all of the bells and whistles so that the bells go like this. And I'll tell you, I'm on Sundays, I'm on Thursdays, and now I'm going to start being on Tuesdays and Wednesdays too. So you're going to see me Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday, 4 days out of the week. Because the other days,
can I get a quick
there?
Can I get a quick shout out?
Fuck yeah.
Ron Raspberry, you are now a wrench on my show.
What?
Thank you.
Nice.
He's now a mod on my show.
Congratulations, Ron.
There you go.
That dude does a great job of freaking filtering out freaking dumb shit.
People that we were talking about that have fucking 5 names and Pop Tarts.
He came from Mitch's show. So that dude knows how to filter out freaking drama.
Okay. Ron, if I see you over here, and by the way, the reason why I couldn't fucking make moderators, because I'm using StreamYard right now. I had to go to YouTube.
You have to do it
on YouTube, and then I put people up.
Yep.
Then I put people up.
So
hey, EMAC, we're talking Raiders for a while. EMAC popped in. We're going to talk Raiders. We're going to talk Raiders for a while, and then we'll have other people pop in. But like I said, and they were saying that the starters are going to be there. That's awesome.
Yep.
That's awesome.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to derail.
No. Fucking derail.
Go,
derail if need be. Okay. And okay. And that, see, thank you. And Big Dad, shit. I don't want to take your big baller thing up, but I want for the back.
Take that off.
No, because I want people to be able to, like I said, if you're not a member of the Raider Shield family, I'll just read it out, okay? Matt Marinovich's comment. Meredith will be the center for the preseason, and JPJ will be starting center for week 1. More, possibly, maybe, more than likely, yeah. But here's the thing. If you want the best 5 guys out there.
Right.
And if JPJ needs to play right guard to get Meredith to play center as the best 5 guys, because maybe JPJ's right guard is better than Meredith's right guard. I get that. So if that's the reason why, if Meredith plays a better center with JPJ as his guard, then JPJ plays center with Meredith as the guard, you're playing the best 5 guys. Okay.
Well,
and also, yeah.
Go ahead, Nav.
The line blocking assignments, that's important.
It is.
So
and also the pulling. So the JPJ pulls like a freaking crazy motherfucker.
Yes.
When he pulls out, he destroys people. He just runs over them. 1, 2, 3. It's like a video game. So I can see where Pete would be like, let's let him just be a pulling freaking guard. So you can put him left guard or right guard, either one, just depending on where. And the weird part is if you make those adjustments where he can be right or left guard, who in the hell can scheme for that shit? And that's the thing. The dude just annihilates people. When he goes to block them, he annihilates them. Like what we saw in several games last year. As center, he would go up the line, annihilate the nose tackle or defensive tackle, and he would look around and see what guard do I need to help and go destroy that dude. You know what I mean? So I can see where he's thinking. It's kind of like, man, he'd be, as a pulling guard, that's an all-pro. As a center, he's a Pro Bowler, no question. But where's his potential? Where's his highest potential? So
center.
I'm not gonna argue with what Pete is thinking and what Rob's thinking. Rob Leonard's probably thinking, man, he might be better at guard for this team, what we have now, because we have a running game. Finally have a running game. Right? That's just my thinking. But I think it's them moving chess pieces around, to be perfectly honest with you. We don't need to freaking set our minds on something at this point.
Well, here's my thing with all this. Like, I get it with Meredith being at 290 pounds. He was one of our better, again, we had a light offensive line last year, getting kind of pushed around. When we play against guys like Chris Jones, right, we're getting kind of pushed around. So I understand why you want to bring Meredith to center. I thought he was better than Parham. And what I'm hearing, again, from a channel that Nav and I, we respect and watch, it's and then going to the Raiders.com and seeing Parham at 332 pounds. I'm like, where does that come from? I mean, that's Raiders.com, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm going to move JPJ off of the center position, I'm going to left guard and put him up next to Colton Miller, and I'm going to keep Parham at the right guard, against Kappa.
No, that's the reason why I wouldn't. To be perfectly honest with you, Jack,
you like him better at right guard than left guard.
That's the reason why I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't want him next to Colton, because Colton already freaking hits, goes inside. JPJ won't need guard help. He won't need help on his side, because Colton will take care of that.
And you know what? A lot of people are saying, it's I agree with what you said, Nav. We agree on a lot of stuff, bro. It's I think, ultimately, I want him back at center. And you guys both know this. I'm just going to say a hashtag.
I'm good, Ed.
Double O. And that's what this guy reminds me of. So, and it's I want him back at center. And, if Parham really gained all that weight, I want him there. I saw the Raiders depth chart, and they have now Caleb Rogers, who was the backup at right guard, is now the backup at left guard. So it's it's kind of confusing. So again, I just put it this way. What I said, 2 weeks on the Wild West show, don't read into it too much.
Right.
Everything's going to change week to week.
Right.
And let the pieces fall out as they may.
What are we doing? We're speculating. That's all we're doing, speculating. I literally see Pete, Patrick Graham, and Chip Kelly sitting at a board like Game of Thrones, looking at their chess pieces, how they're going to place them. That's literally what I'm thinking about this preseason. We'll see it week 1 against the Patriots. And against the Patriots, week 1, I think what's going to happen is we're going to expose Robert Spillane really quick with Bowers, Mayer, and Ian. There's no way this freaking dude, 13 personnel, just freaking kill freaking Spillane's will to live over the middle. That's what I'm thinking. If I were the coach, I'd just be wanting to make him regret that shit. He should know better, but he ain't. I would love to see Spillane just get destroyed over the middle.
Yeah, and not that
sorry,
he's not. I'm sorry, Jack. He's not a Raider anymore. I mean, I loved Robert Spillane when he was wearing 41 and was the greatest thing since Phil Villapiano wearing that number, obviously. You know, because the only other person that was wearing that, it was my buddy Johnson. I can't remember what Johnson's, and I've had him on my show before, but Johnson wore 41. But Spillane was the best 41 I've seen that I can even remember. And great when he was a Raider. And if he comes years in the future, comes to Raider alumni meetings, he will be welcome in the future.
Right.
But right now, he's a fucking Patriot.
Right.
And I will call him by the way, I will call them the Patriots now because most of the Patriots are gone. Okay?
Right.
The Cheatriots are gone. They are the Pats again, or the Patsies. You know, we'll do that. But I won't call them Cheatriots anymore because that whole thing is fucking gone.
Right.
So, Spillane, love you when you were a Raider, but you're a Patsy now. Hobbs is a fucking Patsy who, by the way, had surgery. Okay. Okay, cool. It doesn't and like Matt Marinovich says, if Spillane is out there at linebacker and he's going to have to go up against Bowers,
good luck, Spillane, on that.
Yeah, or Mayer, because people keep forgetting about Michael Mayer, and I know that you're not going to forget about Michael Mayer, Jack, because
neither will this guy right here. Nav's a Notre Dame fan too.
Right. You're a Notre Dame guy. So Michael Mayer. Yeah, MEMAC, we did have the money to keep Spillane. But if a guy is worth I'll make it real easy for you. If a guy is worth 25 cents, easy math. If a guy is worth 25 cents and he wants to get 45 cents on his contract, you're saying, dude, you're only worth a quarter. We're not paying you the extra 20 cents. And go find it. Good for you. But we got a player that can come in that's worth the quarter. And he's probably worth 30 cents, but we're only paying him 25 cents or 30 cents. That's the point. Be what you're worth. And
you're going back to the old days when Tootsie Rolls were like, my mom said I can buy them for like 1 cent and I was buying it for 10 cents. So that's kind of funny. But I am a Spillane guy, so I can understand what the nation is saying because, I am a Spillane guy. And, I'm a Josh Jacobs guy. And so I get it. I'm a Derek Carr guy. So I understand what the Raider Nation is like with players that you do like. Yes, I do understand like what we got in return. We got like 4 linebackers for the price of Spillane. But the question is like, if you're going to exceed and excel and you go to that next level, you have to have those next level players. So I can't be angry with the nation or like anyone that says they like Spillane, but I am super happy that we did not sign Stafford. My God, Stafford's hurt. He's not even playing. I mean, that's another guy. Like we got Devontae Adams for a first and second round pick. We took Christian Wilkins and signed him to this huge contract. And then now we're hearing like we wanted Stafford. And now he's not playing. He's on a PUP list. And I'm so happy we got Gino.
And Kenna, that's what's funny. The funny part is when Devontae was a Raider or wearing the uniform.
I like how I quantified that too.
Yeah. He said he hated Jimmy Garoppolo.
He did.
The hospital balls,
hated all of it. He won AFC 12.
Now he's at the Rams, and guess whose quarterback's going to be?
Jimmy Condon.
Oh, loves him now in the press conferences. Loves him. He's great.
Yeah.
Devontae Adams is garbage. He's done. The done deal with this dude.
Yeah,
fuck him. Anyway, were we talking about the Seahawks versus Raiders?
Yeah, let's go back to Seahawks versus Raiders. Let's talk about that. It'll be fun because I never got any opportunity to talk about that on a Wild West show tonight. So
I do want to ask a question to the chat though. EMAC, you're the lone Seahawk fan here. So who are the 4 players in this game that you think that can hurt the Raiders?
Good question.
Not including Sam Darnold, because he does have the potential to hurt somebody.
Mm-hmm. I like that. You're a Seahawks aficionado.
Yeah.
Who are the 4? And by the way, of those people that you mentioned, because we'll look for them in the game tomorrow. By the way, I will be doing the show when the game is on TV.
Okay.
I'll be doing the show when the game is on TV. I will broadcast what's going on. Okay. I might not know all the names and numbers, but I'll give you what the fucking plays are. I'm not showing you the fucking channel because I'm not going to get a fucking YouTube strike. I will do play-by-play. I know how to do play-by-play, folks. I was a play-by-play guy a long time ago. You guys know if you watch this channel, I'll tell you what the fucking plays are, or when we're watching baseball and shit like that.
Hey, okay. Jack, can I go back through the chat here? I just want to throw some stuff out there. There's some funny shit. We got Pratt, White, and Roberts for less than what we were spending on Spillane. Exactly.
That's what I just said.
So
I'll take a 3 for 1.
There was something up here I wanted to. Oh, where's the flag? We call them WTF. So when you see where there's a flag, just call them WTF.
WTF.
Okay. Yeah. Devontae's a bitch. Can't keep our name out his mouth. Love it.
So
Adams got 16 touchdowns. He did. And he wasn't happy with that. So just saying. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't happy with 16 touchdowns, bro. But he was the only one. Because to keep him happy, you had to fucking feed that bitch. So good luck with that fucking diva ass motherfucker. Anyway, so Tay would love to play with Gino. He just had to wait another year. Exactly. If he waited another year, Gino, boom, you're good. Then we didn't have to fuck around and find out as a Raider in 2022. Okay, got you. Mitch said he's the kind of person to steal your wallet, then help you look for it.
Oh,
dude,
that's the one I was looking for.
Bueno, dude. Salute, brother.
Seth, great job, man. That's amazing. Yeah. I watch preseason, so I don't know. You don't watch preseason? You don't know? So, EMAC, all I'm asking is, who is the your top 5 players on that team?
Yeah, because Darnold's 1, so you got to give another 4.
Oh, that's pretty sad. If Darnold's 1, that's like, that's sad.
And I'll even give you 2. It's the kid from Ohio State, Jigba.
Jigba. And then
what about the defensive back they have from the Seahawks they got last year?
The wide receiver too, as well, because Metcalf's not there. Kenneth Walker is a fucking stud running back, no question.
Oh, Witherspoon. EMAC right there. I will say that. Devin Witherspoon is like a stud, dude. I will say that.
He was a first rounder. I remember that name.
Yeah, that's the guy I was looking for.
Isn't he a little long in the tooth? I was thinking.
No, not Witherspoon. He's on a rookie contract.
Witherspoon's like in his second year.
Why am I thinking? Okay, never mind. Tariq Woolen, don't know that.
He's good too.
Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, he dropped in the draft last year. Not the basketball player.
Wait, I swear there's another.
It's all on defense.
Who's their number one after Metcalf left?
Oh, Byron Murphy. Yeah, that name sounds familiar too. Byron Murphy.
Well, like, they also lost another wide receiver, which again, I'm not expecting. If he was even there, he wouldn't play. But it's been there for a long time. I don't know if he retired or went somewhere else. Not Cooper Kupp. I'm sorry, not Cooper Kupp, but because the Raiders were talking about, like, trying to get him to connection with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, DK went to the Steelers.
Not DK. It's like
Steelers. Yeah.
Not DK.
Yeah, Lockett was the guy that was
Lockett. Thank you, Cap.
Yeah.
Lockett.
No, I'm reading it. Yeah, Lockett was available, and they said, "Oh, well, Lockett will come to the Raiders because the Raiders need a wide receiver, and he's got that connection with Pete Carroll." And he never fucking made it. He never made. He was. If we wanted Tyler Lockett, he would have been a Raider, but he was signed by somebody else. I can't remember who the fuck it was. It doesn't. I don't care. But because he's not a Raider.
Yeah, he hung out there for a long time too.
I love Jamal Adams' signing. He's going to be, and I'm going to throw some names out there. The Raiders have been trying to do this with defensive backs playing linebacker. Anybody remember Tanner Muse? Anybody remember Devon Diablo? Okay, there's two right there. And there's another guy who I can't fucking remember. Tanner Muse, Divine Diablo. There was another guy before that was a defensive back that we had playing linebacker. Okay? And they didn't fucking work out. Jamal Adams is a defensive back, a Pro Bowl caliber, who's playing weak side linebacker. Okay, I can see that.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I can see that. And there you go. And again, Ron, I appreciate coming over. I know WTF has popped over to my show. Again, if you are on my channel and you have not signed up for the Raider Shield family as a subscriber, please do. Because that guy, I'm going to make sure I have the right finger. That guy and myself are going to be doing some collaboration sometime this year. And I like all the people that are over there because I talk and I like to talk with you, and we'll have people come into the show. Now, here's the thing, though, and Jack knows this. I try not to do more than 3 people on a screen at one time. And the reason why is because a bunch of people talk over each other. They even do it with 3 people, okay? I try not to do more than 3 people on a screen because then it becomes a fucking clusterfuck. And I can't have that. So there you go. That's what I do. Go ahead, sir.
Tyler Lockett retired? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm sure it probably could happen. So that brings up like a really interesting question. So for you gentlemen and everyone in the chat, think about it. Last year, Corey Bennett, Jack Jones, gone. We got our starting safeties gone. We got our starting linebackers all gone. Everyone's gone. So Pete Carroll is put his fingerprints all over this defense. And even the scheme is being changed up. So last year we ran a 4-2-5, we've been running that for a couple years now, and now we're looking at 4-3-4s. It may be a 3-4-3-4 like linebacker, or 3-4-3-4 safeties. So Pete Carroll is putting his fingerprints all over the scenes on this.
Yeah.
It's going to be different. It's going to be fun to watch and see how it works out. I mean, there's a lot more questions and answers, like, until we actually see it. So tomorrow is going to be very interesting to see what happens between the Raiders and the Seahawks and see how this stuff plays out. It's going to be wildly different, which is exciting and fun at the same time.
And again, this is going to be a Pete party in Seattle, because Pete is this, in my estimation, I'm pretty sure this is the first time that Pete Carroll has made his way back to Seattle since he was unceremoniously given the boot. And that's the truth. He was given the boot. They wanted to get rid of him to change things up. And he was, and he stood out a year, and this is his coming back, going away type party in front of the home crowd. And you can't tell me that the fucking NFL didn't plan this shit deliberately. The very first preseason game for the Raiders with Pete Carroll as the head coach, going back to Seattle. Come on, that's fucking obvious to me. Okay. And by the way, I like what God and Family said. Okay. What the fuck? Antonio Pierce, the guy who lives and breathes, I'm a Raider. I'm all that. And I'm all about the silver and black. I'm all about the shield. I am Raider. I'm fucking Raider from Jump Street. I'm a fucking hood Raider. I'm an LA Raider. Well, then what the fuck are you doing in fucking Kansas City?
Yeah.
Get a JOB.
Linebacker coach forever, bro. Linebacker coach forever.
And is that as like a day? He was a chief for a day, or is he coming in for a job interview? I don't care.
Well, look at Cap. Nav. I'm Jack. That's Cap. So Cap. It's like you got to look at it back in the Newark Giants days when Spiano was their defensive coordinator.
No, Spag. Yes, Spagnuolo.
That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry. So it's like he's bringing him in. He might be a linebacker coach for them on a Super Bowl winning team with the New York Giants. So he could potentially get a job there. And I honestly, I wish him the best, man.
No, okay.
Because he is a Raider. So I wish him the best.
No. Let me rephrase that. Okay. If he's going there for a job, that's great, because he needs a fucking job.
Right.
If he can use his familiarity with Spagnuolo and use that for a job as a linebacker coach, great, because that's what he should be doing there. That's what he should be doing there. But I thought it was like when Gruden goes, and I don't even fucking want to get into Gruden coming into fucking Detroit Lions camp wearing all that shit as a guest. If you're there as a guest, fuck you, AP.
Yeah, that's great.
If you're there as a guest of Spagnuolo, fuck you. If you're there to get a job, I'm all for it. You understand the difference? You understand the difference behind
Wear
that?
the colors if you're going there for an interview. No doubt.
Yeah.
Hey, motherfucker was never a Raider, bro.
Who?
AP. was never a fucking Raider, dude. He was a rah-rah fucking cheerleader, dude. He was never a fucking coach.
Well, Nav, you know what? I love you, bro. It's like, we agree on like, probably about 99% or 95% of the time. But, I'll never forget, like, seeing some videos of him when the Raiders were playing the New York Giants. And he's like, remember his teammates is like talking smack against the Raiders. Like, man, that's my team I grew up with. So don't talk smack. Just stop. And dude, I was like, wow. I was impressed. So I will give AP his props. He did well for what he was for the Raiders, and taking a team after letting a potential head coach go, and he was a rah guy and got us to potentially to the playoffs, but we fell short. But you know what? He's not an X's and O's guy. That's not his game.
Right.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we're saying. You just made our point for us. What me and Cap were saying. Like, look, dude, you're not a head coach. Not yet. He got brought to that forefront way too fast.
I agree with that. It's like, but I'm not going to say he's not a Raiders. If you're once a Raider, always a Raider. I have certain players I deserve that too.
So
it's not him.
Is Antonio Brown a Raider?
Nope.
Okay, then.
Was the other AB a Raider? Nope. Was Randy Moss a Raider? Nope.
Okay. Oh.
And I got a couple more.
I would beg to differ on the Randy Moss thing.
I was going to say at least, and Jack, I'll tell you what. I used to share your opinion, and Randy Moss, and I will tell you the source, because normally I keep sources to myself, but this is from, what would you consider Stuart Schweigert a Raider?
Oh yeah, Cap, you know this from back in the old days, dude. Like way before most YouTubers, I would go on his show and I'd bring up Randy Moss. I got kicked off twice.
Right, and you know the reason why?
Because I said anything against Randy Moss.
And do you know the reason why?
Because I said stuff against Randy Moss.
And do you know the reason why?
Well, then tell me.
Answer my fucking question.
I'm trying to answer your question.
No,
I got kicked off twice on the show.
But there is a reason why. That's what I'm saying. If you bring up Randy Moss to him and he kicked you off the show, that was
their teammates.
That was no, it's more than that.
They were teammates.
No, it's more than that. It's more than that. The reason why, Jack, and this is what I'm fucking getting at, and I apologize for getting pissed off at you, but ignorance is a fucking push button with me. And I'm sorry, I love you, brother, but that was ignorant. The reason why, as has been explained to me, and I even get it in my head, is Randy Moss had issues with us, Raider fans, that gave it to him again and again and again and again. And he got sick of it. Now, I'm not saying that it wasn't deserved at times, because it was.
It definitely was.
Okay. But the point is, Randy Moss, who stated, and I remember this from when we went to fucking Mexico, and he's on the fucking Monday Night Football crew, and he's telling people, I'm not a Raider. I'm not a Raider. I'm not a Raider. It's because of the way that in his own mind that he was treated by the fans.
Treated like shit.
Good, bad, or indifferent. Good, bad, or indifferent. Now, he doesn't consider himself a Raider. Ergo, most Raider fans piss on him anyway. But that's the reason why. That's the reason why, if you bring up Randy Moss's name, and to that point, I'm like, you know what? I still don't like him as a Raider.
Nope.
Same.
I don't like him as a Raider, and I don't consider him as a Raider because he himself.
Dude, what did I say wrong? It's like, honestly, it's like, look at it. It's like, you don't consider him a Raider. I don't consider him a Raider. Nav don't consider him a Raider. So then, I'm sorry.
But you didn't answer the why. You didn't answer, and I asked you 3 fucking times. I asked you 3 times why, and you didn't answer the why. That's why I was pissed off, because there's a reason behind that. Okay,
I would say this. At the time, the organization was not prepared for Randy Moss. Was not prepared for it. So we didn't have the weapons to provide Randy Moss the ability to be Randy Moss. So therefore, he got heckled as him being the problem. He wasn't the problem. But I will tell you, I've met this dude in person, and he's not that guy. He's not an asshole. He really is not. He's actually a good old boy, Southern boy. He really is. And the thing about it is, I don't blame him for not wanting to retire a Raider or to not be a part of the Raiders. I don't blame him.
Or to not have your Raiders uniform on the fucking commercial where he showed every fucking NFL team that he was on. He had the Niners. He had the Vikings. He had the Patriots. Every team, because of that. Now, Ron, I'm looking at what you were saying. He shouldn't have come to the Raiders. At the time, he wanted to be a Raider. He did want to be a Raider. He wanted to come here. Now, and I understand what you're saying to a point, but also if you treat somebody with ignorance, that would eat at me too. Now, I'll tell you somebody who is and by the way, Randy Moss being a good old boy, that would be great, because that's news to me, because I never met Randy Moss. But I'll tell you somebody who I fucking despise and is not a Raider, and that's Warren fucking Sapp.
That was my next guy, Cap.
Warren Sapp came to the Raiders, and all he did was take our money.
He wanted money.
He took our money, did not fucking perform, and he's not a Raider. And I'm a Raider. No, you ain't, motherfucker.
No. He just said he came to the Raiders to get the cash because of the contract.
Hell, yeah. He said that on fucking Max Crosby's fucking Rush channel.
Oh, when was that, Nav? I want to watch that.
Right at the beginning of fucking Max's freaking Rush podcast. I was like, seriously? Max looks at him and goes, he was there like all of 5 minutes after that.
Oh man, that's fucking crazy.
Okay, you know what I mean?
And I'll tell you, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard this story, but I have did this story before. Okay. And yeah, he did quit a bit on the Raiders, Ron, and I'm reading your comments. Okay. He did. It wasn't really that he quit on them, but I will say this. I will say this. The Raider rules did not equate with Randy Moss. And it wasn't just Randy that said it. When fucking Jerry Rice comes over to the Raiders and say, well, we got away with that. Jerry Rice got away with that shit as a Niner. And he did the same thing. But the Raider rules were, well, that's an offensive pass interference, Randy. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't know. Well, that's offensive pass interference, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, because of the colors of the jersey he wore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because of that, so that mentally did. So again, it's a little bit back and forth. Okay.
Yeah, Jerry Rice was the same way.
Yeah, Jerry, and also other things like when fucking oh my God, Ronnie Lott, Tom Rathman, people that came over having played in fucking San Francisco, coming over to the Raiders and having to rewrite in their minds what you can and can't do, because the Raider rules are, if you're wearing silver and black, that's a penalty.
It's a penalty. I mean, an immediate one penalty per game, just because you're wearing the fucking silver and black.
Right. That's 100% fact, man. We got so many penalties over the years. It's like you look at it and go, "What the hell?"
Yeah. Oh,
but
Van
you know,
City,
like back in the days, like when the Raiders were good.
No, man, I'm not being in Seattle, Bo. I'm sorry.
When we stopped winning games, then it's like, yeah, that stopped.
Yeah.
So just to go back to
yeah, fuck Warren Sapp. I'm sorry. Bottom line, fuck Warren.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Cap, with Randy. So that's why I got kicked off of, like, on the show a couple times. And again, one of the old school dudes.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
If I may. So this is not an argument. This is a difference of opinion. That's all it is. So in the chat, so you guys know, this is not an argument. Several times on my show, it's like, yeah, these guys hate each other. No, we don't. It's a disagreement. It's all it is.
No, I love these boys.
But the thing about it is, when we get to week 1, we will know. But until then, we're not going to know. It's as simple as that. Because we got to cut down to 53. I mean, damn. You look around at all these folks we have on the Raiders right now. Damn. We're 97, 95, 94. We got to take that to 53.
What's up, AP?
All the stuff you're looking at right now, JPJ moving left and right. Jordan Meredith at center. All this other stuff. I mean, all that stuff is the stuff we need to be doing. We need to be creating competition at every position, regardless of who you think is going to be there. Because this is Pete's first look. So, Jacorian Bennett, gone, right? Cool. Doesn't fit the freaking mold, apparently, right? So, we had to need another position with Wilkins, right? So that was a dude that was marketable. Now, granted, weird type deal because he's still in his rookie deal, right? Very weird. Because I always said you don't ever shop anybody in the rookie deal. You always give them 3 years, right? So I'm like, that's kind of weird for the Raiders to do. Raiders always hold on to people longer than they need to.
Yeah, they're
unique. Kind of unique. And I like unique because we didn't hear shit about Wilkins. Nothing. The prior Raiders would have been all in the media about it. If you think about it, the important part here that I'm trying to impart to you guys is this. No social media, not even from players, not even Wilkins. After he got freaking cut, you don't even see much from him on social media. So the Micah Parsons gets all the media right now. Dallas is a fucking shit show. They haven't won an NFC championship
in 30 years.
Since I was 3 years in the Navy. And I did a 25-year career. And I've been retired for 8 years. So these dudes are fucking dysfunctional. They're just lucky enough to have talent. And they're failing their talent. We're going upward, not down. Don't care what we do this year. To be honest with you, I just want to see what we're going to do as we build. This is not a Super Bowl year, guys.
No.
Nope.
We all got to realize that. If it is, shit, we struck gold.
That's a bonus.
It's an amazing thing.
That's a bonus. Hey, Ron, I got to ask you, because I know you're a tried and true Raider fan. and I asked this of some people, okay? I like to know, have you seen in your lifetime, have you seen a Raiders Super Bowl win?
Ron Raspberry, he has.
Okay, but see, I don't know that because I don't know what his age is, because there are people that profess to be, and unfortunately a lot of them are okay. Ron, okay, so Ron, the last Super Bowl win was when not a win, yeah, exactly. Okay. You saw the win in Super Bowl 18 in video. Now, I'm not calling you you're not a real Raider fan.
Right.
I'm not saying that. So please listen to me when I say that. I applaud people that are Raider fans and they're thick and they're staunch and they're by the book. I'm a Raider fan, and they thump their chest and they're not bullshitting about it, because only you know if you're a fucking bandwagon fan. I can't tell you if you're a bandwagon fan or not because I don't know you. Only you know yourself. And if you call yourself a real Raider fan, I applaud you. And I thank you for being a member of that family that we have. Okay. But if you've never seen a Super Bowl win, that's a bonus, because you've logged into this shit and you haven't even had the positives of going and seeing that victory. Okay. That's great. I love seeing my last Super Bowl win was, well, actually our last Super Bowl win period. Okay. My last Super Bowl win, I got thrown in a pond because I was the Raiders fan in college, and all the rest of the fans, people on my dorm room, were fucking Dolphin fans that said we were going to get our ass kicked by the team that kicked their ass the year before. And it was great having a bunch of guys have to, and I'm fighting them all, and there's like 6 guys that it took to get me down the stairs, out the door, and threw me in the pond. Yes, there are alligators in ponds in Florida, folks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Lots of
alligators in ponds in Florida, and they threw me in the pond at the University of Florida. What's the Florida logo? It's a fucking gator for a reason.
Yep.
Okay, so they threw me in the pond behind my dorm because I was a Raiders fan, and they were pissed off that the Raiders kicked the fucking Redskins' ass after, and then most of them were Dolphin fans. Okay, so I deserved it and I loved it. And by the way, the very next year, I was thrown in the same pond because the Dolphins got their ass kicked by the fucking Niners, and I golf clapped when Marino got a Super Bowl record. I said, oh, they did something good today. And they threw me in the pond for that. My point is, I applaud Raider fans that haven't even seen a victory live, because you've gone through so much shit. You've gone through so much shit. We've been to two playoffs in that time that I remember.
Yeah, 2002, 2016. Cap, I agree with all the, the young Van City, man. It's like, I agree, bro. It's like, all the young kids have never seen it. And like LVR, like, another Raider tuber, it's like, super young.
3.
Like,
okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, Ron, but I keep forgetting. The ones I remember are when we have fucking McGloin. Okay. He gets injured. So we have fucking what's his fuck? The kid from Michigan as our quarterback. By the way, the reason why the Cowboys drafted Dak Prescott out of Mississippi State was because the guy that we took was the guy they wanted. Connor Cook. Thank you. Blue. Thank you. Good to see you, Blue. Yeah. Blue.
Hey, Blue.
Blue, how you doing?
Connor Cook.
How you doing, Blue?
There. So the reason why the fucking Cowboys took Dak Prescott was because
by the
they
way.
wanted Connor Cook, and we got Connor Cook. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know. I got a chance to hang out. And by the way, and for the folks that don't know, Blue and I got a dinner date in Vegas when I go there. Okay, and so it'd be, yeah, we got a dinner date in Vegas. I can't wait to do. And I think we've got it down to a tie. I think we got it down to a tie place. But anyway, the point is, you're about to turn 42. There you go. So Raider fans that haven't even seen and know what it's like to pump their chests, okay?
Still
to pump
here.
Their chests, I applaud you.
And
because,
they're still here.
And yeah. And yes. but I would, and I say this and I mean this. My goal is to hopefully see another Super Bowl win before they fucking put me in the ground.
Same.
I hope.
So I think me and Kenna are probably close to the same. Since
we are. We're 54.
We're both 54. So
yep.
The first Super Bowl win that I actually understood what was going on was 1983-84. That right there is what solidified me as a Raider fan, even though my dad made me one when I was born. So, I mean, I literally have a picture of me as a baby in 1971 as a baby with a 77 jersey on. So, just saying.
It's crazy. It's like, for me, it's like, growing up as a fan, my whole family's Niner fans. So that's why Richie tonight was talking about the Niners so much on the Wild Wild West show, because I can't stand the Niners. My whole family's Niners. I'm a Raiders fan, true and blue. I saw that, like the Violator. So Captain validates this. You see that pirate helmet? That's a cool looking thing when you're a little kid. That helmet is cool looking. So yeah. 74, I watched Jim Otto. He retired. In 76, I saw the first Raiders Super Bowl against Minnesota. I'm just glad my dad was actually a football fan. It's just as much as he was as a Niners fan. So he would watch all the football stuff. I don't give a crap about watching other teams, honestly. So I give him some cred. Like, he wants to watch other teams. So yeah, then 1980, then 1983, and then we go 2002, then 2016, and seeing all that stuff. Man, I'm just like you, brothers. It's like, I want to see it before I go.
Kenna, thing about it is, when did you really know football, though? To me, it was the 83-84. That's when I actually knew what football was, right? I mean, yeah, I was a fan because Dad said so. You know what I mean? But
I had to kind of watch it.
Really started to understand the game a little bit.
To truly understand, like watching players and then kind of like understanding. It's like, again, we all go back. There was no TV, right, for this stuff almost, unless you're watching the game. It was a black and white newspaper. And I'm reading box scores, and I'm reading, like, who did what. I would say probably 1980 was the first year that I started, really kind of reading it. And like,
I started following, but that Super Bowl, though, 83-84, though, is where you truly understood what was going on. Right.
But I would read stuff like on the older teams too. It's like,
I'm talking about the Super Bowl part.
Yeah, I think it would be 80. 80 was probably the first year.
No, but the Super Bowl. No, I'm talking about
80 Super Bowl. 80 versus the Eagles.
Yeah.
And then it's like, in the 83, I totally understood it, but I thought we were going to get crushed. I mean, I thought we were going to get smoked against the Redskins.
I didn't.
I did. I thought we were going to get smoked. And Marcus Allen, the most iconic run I've ever seen in my entire life for any Raiders players. Like maybe the Bo Jackson against Seattle was pretty iconic, but it wasn't a Super Bowl. So
yeah, right. Exactly. That was Marcus was freaking in a whole nother fucking world.
Hey, 23 Bob Trejo does have some positive things going on. I might have the number. I might have the number wrong, but I know it was Bob Trejo.
Yeah. So I mean, you think about some of the offensive linemen we've had, the Wisniewskis. We've continued to have Wisniewskis. We've had, you know what I mean? Some of the just some nasty offensive linemen, and I think JPJ is one of them.
Right,
just nasty, and I think that spreads left and right across the line. You know, so he's just nastier than hell. When you have at the end of last season, actually had refs warn him for being too aggressive. He's like, "Is that a penalty?" And they're like, "No." So they warned him for something that's not a penalty. I love that shit. That's what I want. I want that shit back.
That's the Raiders way.
Yeah, and the way that JPJ is, I mean, he reminds you of Wisniewski. He reminds you of Richie Incognito when he came over. Okay,
yeah.
He reminds you of those badasses. You know that you know it was, and I would say Wisniewski and Incognito more than anybody else because
we'll add one other player in there, Cap. You know who I'm talking about. Add him in there.
Of course.
Okay, but you know what? I will say no, and I'll say why. Because Jim Otto was undersized.
Yeah, 265 back in the day. He wasn't undersized, but now he would be.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. JPJ reminding me of Wisniewski and Incognito by the size and bulk. Okay, Jim Otto. Even back in those days, 265, he still was undersized. I mean, honestly, and granted, they didn't have all of these big, but look at all the guys that he played next to.
Oh my God, yes! You look at
right, and Jim
Gene
Otto,
Upshaw, Art Shell, and he had two other Hall of Famers on the other side of him too.
Right, and by the way, if you go left tackle to right tackle at one time, okay, you have a Hall of Fame offensive line.
It's never been done before, and ever since.
Yeah, but remember though, you got to go Shell, Upshaw, Otto, and then everybody forgets that Mix and Bob Brown were the right guard and the right tackle across the line. A Hall of Fame offensive line. Now, granted, the other right guard and the other right tackle of renown for the Raiders didn't make the Hall of Fame. But if you go Hall of Fame offensive line from left tackle to right tackle, and if you throw in the tight end, okay,
Dave Casper,
although he wasn't around at that, but still, you can go across the line. Blitnikoff and Branch at receiver. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You have a whole offensive line with the receivers and the tight end.
So I have a fun question to ask you guys because you guys already know this from me. So who was the first player that you remember as a child? For me, again, you guys know it's Otto. So for you guys, who was the first player that you remember out of all the Raider players that stood out for you? And it brought you into adulthood and you keep remembering this certain player.
Easy. I would not be a Raiders fan if it had not been for George Blanda. And the reason why is George Blanda's either great nephew or nephew was the one who told me about the Raiders. He said, my uncle plays for the Raiders. You ought to check it out. And Alvakazi, I see you, brother. I'm going to bring you in as soon as I'm done with this recitation on George Blanda. He said, my uncle plays for the Raiders. Check him out. And this was in 1972 when the Raiders was the premier NBC, because NBC had the rights at the time for the AFC. NBC's 4:00 game almost every week was a Raiders game where the Raiders were playing somebody because they were the premier AFC team. And it was Kurt Gowdy, and it was I can't remember what the stat guy or the color guy was. Al DeRogatis. There you go. Kurt Gowdy and Al DeRogatis was doing the NBC game, and I was watching Raider games because George Blanda's nephew in Philadelphia when I was a kid.
Oh, Cap loves Philly.
I became a Raiders fan because of George Blanda's nephew, and that's who I looked at. And even though George was he was only the kicker then, but actually in 72 was his year where he came in and won games as a backup quarterback, and he won games as a kicker, was George Blanda. So that's a very, very easy question. And having said that, I'm going to add to the mix.
Oh, look. There he is.
AR,
what's up, brother?
What's up, gang? How you doing?
What's up, AR? Salute, brother.
Yeah, man, Jack, everybody in the chat. How are we this evening for you?
We're good.
So I guess my first thought of being a Raider fan, because my old man threw a freaking Raiders jersey on me in the hospital when I was born, was Lyle Alzado. So I guess that's my answer. So Jack,
like Sacktown, right? So AR, so the question was like your first memory as a Raiders fan, and what got you to be a Raiders fan, and who is that player?
Oh, okay. Well, probably, I mean, you guys, I got the gist of your conversation. You were talking about the classic Raiders, you know what I mean? Like Jim Otto and our offensive line around that time, right? Who'd you say was Jim Otto, Boomer Brown, and who else was on that offensive line you were just talking about?
Well, we were saying that if you go across the line from left tackle to right tackle at one time, because people forget that Mix, who was mostly a Charger, was a Raider at the very end of his career, and that Bob Brown was a Raider at right tackle before John Bella came in for him. So if you go across the line at one time, left tackle to right tackle, they had a Hall of Fame offensive line.
Okay, gotcha. Right, that's what you were talking about. And to address your question, Jack, most of you guys know I've been a Raider fan since 2009, so that was the year I first started watching. Well, I started watching football 2007-8, and I started to learn the game, and then I was like, well, you need a team, right? So I started to watch some documentaries, and I found a documentary which was the top 50 rivalries in sport, and the number one was the Raiders against the world. And I was like, okay. So I was intrigued by watching that, and it was talking about how the Raiders did things their way, the Al Davis way, how they were the bad guys, the outcasts of football back in the day. I'm like, okay. And then the first game I watched was 2009, the season opener against the Chargers, Monday Night Football. So that was Tuesday morning for me. They don't play too many games on the cable service at the time because I was watching cable before streaming services were available. And it just so happened that the first Monday Night Football game that I would sit down and watch was the Raiders, and they played at the Oakland Coliseum. I will never forget that game. We got them 3-and-out, and I just remember seeing the scenes of the Coliseum, all the fans going crazy and buck wild, and that's what consecrated it for me. I was just, I knew at that moment, I was like, yeah, I'm a Raider, and I've been a diehard Raider ever since. And as far as player goes, like the first player that I gravitated to was because of that said game. We had just made the trade for Richard Seymour, and he made a few key plays during the course of that game, and he, embodied that Raider way, that image. He was a bad mofo back in the day.
Yeah,
so
no doubt.
Richard Seymour was the first Raider that I came to appreciate, and then my first jersey was Darren McFadden. So that's my answer.
Awesome.
15 years and I'm still here.
I wish we'd had Seymour a little longer. To be honest with you, I wish we'd have got him earlier.
Right, yeah. But he was still he wasn't as great as he was as a Patriot, but he was still great. Like, he was still a good Raider during his time here.
Agreed.
So I definitely appreciated Richard Seymour, and I'm still waiting for our interior to bring back that excellence that we once had when we had the likes of him and Tommy Kelly, and even before that when we had like names like Chester McLaughlin and Darrell Russell, and that, like, our interior has just been woeful since those days. And here we are still waiting for another name besides Adam Butler, right? Because we've just dismissed Christian Wilkins for.
Did we not lose? Did we not lose Seymour and
somebody like
Wilson at the same year? I'm sorry.
This is why I say I only like to have 3-on-1. Give me Sam Adams, John Perella, Grady Jackson.
Grady Jackson, I heard him. I haven't heard of those other names. Like like my time as a Raider fan started 2009. I'm still learning. This is why it's good to listen to you guys like yourself and go back and watch classic football, because that's what I've been doing in the off season. Been watching a lot of classic football, some from the late 80s, mostly from the 90s and the early 2000s, as my something to do, as my Raider fix. So yeah, I haven't gone that far, because when you try to go that far and watch footage from the early 80s and 70s, the footage is pretty bad. It's kind of hard to keep track of what's going on, but yeah, it's nice to learn about these players from guys like yourself. So yeah.
So Kenna, what were you saying now?
Oh, I was just saying, wasn't like Seymour and Charles Woodson let go the same year?
No. Charles Woodson became a Raider the year after. I think he when was Seymour Raider? Till I think Seymour's last year was 2013. We signed Woodson 20. Okay, so I think he was there 1 year while Seymour was still around. Because I think Woodson came back to us 2013.
When, Woodson went
2013, 14, 15, then he retired.
Time, like when he came back to Oakland after he won the Super Bowl with Green Bay. But I was thinking it was kind of the same year, like with our general manager and Reggie McKenzie, getting running the same type of salary cap type stuff that they did in Green Bay. It's like, you pay for play type system. So that's why I was thinking, like, they kind of went the same year.
Still does.
Woodson came in the same. Woodson's first year back to us when he came back to Oakland was Seymour's last year, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, and I just saw your private chat, Captain Jack. So yeah.
No. I wanted to make sure that he knew that that I see him back there, because I don't know if you guys can see him, but I can.
Yeah,
I can't.
Well, I
wouldn't mind sharing the panel with Angela. I have something to say to Angela, as I need to be eating. I need to be eating some crow, and I'm going to do it on camera. So.
Okay.
No, Angelo, stop.
Hello, Angela.
Stop, Angelo. Stop. Real quick. Jack, Captain Jack.
Sir.
Please take that down so we can see everybody.
Okay. Let me say this one last time, though. Okay, before I take it down.
Okay.
And I will say this again. The reason why that large screen print is up there is because this gentleman, this shipmate, this friend of mine, dropped a $50 drop in the bucket. And by the way, sir, when I do get a chance to finally, and people know this, I said, when you give a super chat, when there's a certain amount, and I haven't done it so fucking long, I can't remember what the fucking amount is. When you do X amount, I think it's like $5, you get a ticket. Okay, so that's actually 10 tickets on a wheel, a prize wheel. That now that you've given me $50 fucking dollars, and I love you for it, I really have to do a fucking prize wheel, and that will be like I think it was $5, but I haven't done it so fucking long. You get $5, so that's a ticket. So that's 10 tickets for the prize wheel, right? So that's what it is. The bottom line is, if you are watching my channel, on my channel, and not on the Raider Shield family channel, I ask you, please, to support that guy who's awesome as fuck, and go on his channel as well, Raider Shield family. And I ask you for that because we will be collaborating like I collaborate with Kenna, like I collaborate with Angelo, and I've had the chance to hang out with Avakazi and do things with him. And I love Avakazi as well. So please, if you're not on anybody's channel, and by the way, Angelo has his channel which is boxing. So I will do this. I took it down. Go
Thank
to.
you.
I can
Also,
see you, Alpacassi.
Hello, Angelo. How are you?
Good to see
But
you,
only
man.
fucking
Good to
got a
see you.
five on
Avakazi
him.
too. Avakazi
Yeah,
too.
Right. Like I said, Avakazi has his channel, and Reyes has his new boxing channel, and Navman has the Raider Shield family channel, and Jack Kenna is on so many fucking channels he doesn't need a channel because he is a channel. Okay. And I say that with positivity, okay? Because Jack Kenna does a fantastic job on the Wild Wild West show. Plus, he's a moderator on all of those things. So I appreciate everybody. If you are not a member of the Raider Shield family channel already, if you're on my channel, please go over and go to their channel. That's all I ask. And I'm going to shut up now. Angelo, Ed.
Hey, no, I just wanted to, when I saw you were still on and I saw Alpacassi, I just wanted to say hi. Ron Raspberry, just so that you know, in a Filipino household, we do not wipe our feet because you have to take the shoes off, bro. That's just how it works.
Yeah, shoes come off. Shoes come off the moment those stay on the porch. They stay on the porch.
It's usually polite to take your shoes off, regardless of the culture, when you go into somebody's house for the first time. You know what I mean? So, anyways, if you don't mind, I got something I want to say to Angelo real quick. Because about a month ago, we were debating heavily a topic in regards to a certain player. And that player was Jacorian Bennett. And I kind of scoffed at the notion when your boy Angelo suggested that we may trade him off. And I thought that was a ridiculous notion. I made my points why. And, I'm a fan just like everyone else. Look, sometimes I get it right. Other times I get it wrong. But I'm humble enough to admit when I'm wrong. And sure enough, I was wrong. So, Angelo, I will eat my crow. You guys called it. He was traded off just this week. So, yeah, that's something I got wrong. And I'm willing to be man enough to admit that. So, at the end of the day, I hope it works out for the betterment of the Raiders. I mean, I hope that means, and I said this to you privately, Angelo, that the confidence they have with these young guys in the door, with Darian Porter, Eric Stokes, and co, means that was why they were so willing to trade away a guy who I thought was promising enough to at least keep around in Jacorian Bennett. So, salute to you, Angelo. I'm man enough to admit when I'm wrong, and I was wrong on that one.
This is exactly why everybody has an affinity to like Alpacassi and the content that he does, whether he's playing Tecmo Bowl or having fun, because he's very real. But Raider Nation, who has listened to Alpacassi, the reason why we all love you is because honestly, bro, you're not a troll. And trust me, man, there are plenty of trolls where they just always want to be negative, right? And
Right.
Let me make this clear too to everyone who, because me and Alpacassi already talked about this privately, so he didn't even need to address it. And you'll remember.
But I'd rather do a face-to-face.
I understand, man. You're a man. I get it. Right. Alpacassi, you're a real man. So
a real man admits when he's wrong, and I was wrong on that one. So.
But I'll say this: we're all fans of our team, and nobody is wrong and nobody is right. This is why, Avocasi, I don't get any pleasure at all when if I'm going on whoever's show, and I don't want to say any names, just whoever's show, and I happen to just give a perspective, and then certain people just want to troll on it rather than give their points. And when you were talking, you were giving your point. You weren't trolling me when you said it. You were saying, here's all of the reasons why I believe Jacorian Bennett should stay. And I even kept saying to you that night, I agree with everything you're saying. I don't even disagree with it. I just happened to, when I did the research, to find that because of Pete Carroll, because of all these moves that happened, because of how and really, I'll tell you, and I told you that same night, what convinced me is when Jacorian Bennett went on for the first time to the press conference during the practice, the way he sounded convinced me that it's like, for a guy who did so well last year to feel like he's fighting for a starting spot didn't sit right with me. So I was like, nah. Now, having said all of that, just like I said to you privately, bro, there's no eating crows. There's nobody's right, nobody's wrong. The only thing that matters is if our team's doing well. And I believe that, and this is why everybody, by the way, and I said it to Avocasi too, and Captain Jack, I was on his show. I've said it to Nav Man show. I predicted that we will win 6 games, maybe 7. Me and my wife had a big argument about it because she believes we'll win either 10 or 11, right? So the household is divided, Avocasi. And believe me, I hope my wife is right year 1. But I am just in the belief that every move I've seen John Spytek make, everything I'm seeing Pete Carroll do, even the whole JPJ is not going to be the center, I'm like, all right, man, this all smells like everyone's experimenting for a longer term goal to see exactly how it's all going to play itself out. And we're going to, and I said this during the prediction show when we got the schedule out and people were killing me. And I said, every game's going to be fun. Every game's going to feel close. Every game's going to feel competitive. And we're going to lose some close ones. We're going to lose some that we shouldn't have lost. At the end of the day, we should definitely at least win the 6 games because that's 2 more than last season's. And then all of a sudden, we're going to become this awesome playoff team in 2026. And then we'll make a Super Bowl run, maybe 2026, though. But if not 2026, definitely 2027, which, by the way, is kind of fun because I think that Super Bowl is in LA. So how cool would it be if our first Super Bowl back happens to be in LA?
Oh, wow.
Speaking of LA, man, you already know, right? And Jack, I shared this on your previous panel. I will be in LA for the November game.
Nice.
First time
Did
back,
I share that with you, Jack?
First time
yes,
back?
it will be. It will be my first time back. Did you know that, Jack? Did I share? Oh, sorry, Captain Jack. Did I share that with you already? Are you going to be at the LA game, Captain?
No, and damn it, fuck. now I might have to go to the fucking game. Avocasi, I love you, but fuck you. I was not going to that game, and I've said it so many times.
Because he hates
it's not you, by the way. I hate the fucking security at SoFi. I hate the security at SoFi. So
how many years ago was that, though? How many years ago was that?
Recently. Remember when the Raiders started? Yeah, when the Raiders had their opening game at SoFi, and that bimbo that we were talking about,
23?
Yeah. The opening game was the Sunday game.
McDaniel's first game, right? McDaniel's first game as our head coach.
All I know is that was the game, and even the bimbo that I was talking about with Kenna, with nothing but her attributes were definitely not upstairs. Well, they were upstairs, but not up here. Okay.
No, they were everywhere else, but not upstairs.
Yeah, she was on TV with me at that game. When Hobbs makes that play and they pan to the crowd right after the Hobbs play in like the fourth quarter, and they pan to the crowd and you see me with a bitch with tits and ass and nothing else. That was the bimbo, and that was the game.
What
And
about
I don't fucking care if
what about this lady?
I don't fucking care if anybody fucking says that I was talking bad about her. She's a fucking waste of space. Anyway, and I don't detriment young ladies unless it's deserved. And fuck
Okay.
that all the shit that.
So I'm gonna have to jump in on this. So in meeting her, like, you know, I thought I was like, hey Cap, me and you can sit next to each other. He's like, hell no, bro. She's sitting next to me and she's a beautiful lady. I sat on the other side of the table and, like, you know, hanging out with Cujo 916 and the people from, you know, from Stockton, and we had a great dinner together. She is a beautiful looking woman. I was like, damn, Cap, you go, boy. I was pretty proud of my boy right there. But, you know, hearing all the stuff afterwards, but I will give my props when props are due. She was a pretty good looking lady.
Well, Jack, you just missed the conversation. Captain was not.
It's going to be an hour of smorgasbord. Back to football.
Go ahead.
I just had to give my Cap some props. So
okay, so I want to address, like, for example, GFam. That's God, Family, and Raiders for Life.
Yeah,
he says on his comment that DT they traded for better step up now because JB was a starter last year. And this is what I mean, right? This is what I mean.
That's a good conversation. Let's talk about the guy.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about.
Right? Hey, guys, right quick. I got to go. I'm on the East Coast, man, and I got to work tomorrow. Love
all right,
y'all,
man.
Thank y'all for being here, man. Love you guys, man. No doubt.
Peace, man. Take care.
Forever, real Raiders for life.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, everyone who wants to keep listening, jump onto the Captain Jack Rackham channel.
And like I said, if you're not on his channel, before you go, shipmate, make sure people know what your channel is.
It's all good, brother. We get it. We get her done. All right.
Raider Shield family, Nav, man. Thank you.
Y'all take care.
Raider Shield family. Thanks again, shipmate. We'll talk about doing that program. That sounds good.
Yes, sir. We'll do.
Good night, shipmate.
All right. Take care, bro.
So one thing I will say is, like, if you see him in channels, a lot of times he goes 93 Nav. So that's how I met him, you know, a long time ago. So Nav man, 93 man. It's like, you know, Raider Shield family. It's like the one same dude.
So I was gonna say Alpha Kasi. So this is an example, right? Like GFam's awesome. I love GFam. God, Family, and Raiders for Life. But this is kind of like the statements. What I mean is where his statement is that defensive tackle. He's talking about Thomas Booker IV. They traded for better step up now because JB was the starter last year. And this is where my pushback becomes, again, first year GM, first year head coach. He's changing a lot of different things. For all we know, bro, we could have traded Jacorian Bennett for a bag of peanuts, right? I mean, like, could have been anything. But they decided to, in a very specific move, talk to the Eagles. And the mainstream narrative, if you guys look it up, I've seen it on Instagram, where everybody's saying Howie Roseman might have just pulled off another one where he fleeced the Raiders, blah, 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 without any context of actually understanding, wait a minute, man. The Raiders hired somebody from the front office of the Eagles. That guy talked to SpyTech. If anyone would know about a player that they were developed, it would be that guy. So maybe that guy knows that Thomas Booker could be something. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, GFam, that Thomas Booker just does his job, which, by the way, his job when he was developing was to be a 2-down defensive tackle that stops the run. That's what he was good at. When you look at the tape, that and in Stanford, that's how they always said super strong, extremely smart, knows how to use his leverage in really good technique. He's obviously a small nose tackle, but he plays like a strong nose tackle, even though he's not 350 pounds, right? So let's say that's all he does. Then fine, great. We're in a learning year. We're trying to figure it out, right? If he does more than that, that would be amazing. That would be great. But let the kid play.
Can I build up on that, Angela?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then I want to come forwards on that.
Right. I guess like I got to admit I don't know too much about this. It's Booker, right? Like Booker T.
Booker.
Okay. I don't know too much about him. I'm just going to speak on like hypothetically how the trade scenario pans out result wise. What he does for us. If that's all he does for us, as long as the guys we have in the door, the young cats that we've got in Darian Porter and Eric Stokes, if one or two of both of those pan out to be great players, then if that's all Booker brings to the table, fine, we're goody with that. But say if all Booker is a rotational guy, and both Stokes and Porter or even DK Richards, none of those guys pop or turn out to be worth a damn, and then Jacorian Bennett goes over there and continues to trend upwards with what he produced last season in terms of his coverage, and turns out to be as good as I believed he would be, then that's the scenario where we would say, yeah, we've lost out. But like as it stands at the moment, there is no winners and losers because you've got to see how it unfolds, right? You know what I mean? Like on paper, it might look like they've got the better deal, but it all comes down to perspective. Like I said, if one or two of these other young guys that we're looking to be the guy rather than Jacorian Bennett, which is why we traded him away, and all we get with Booker, if all he is a rotational guy, then I'm goody with that. You know what I'm saying? Even if Bennett goes on to be a Pro Bowler, you know what I'm saying? As long as one of the, right. I think the key to the trade is those other young guys we have in the door. We really need one, ideally two of those young guys to really step up and be the guy at cornerback 1 and 2. Because we haven't really had like a young development, a guy we've drafted and brought in the door, be the guy for a long time now. I thought it was going to be Jacorian Bennett, but we've already gotten rid of him. So now we're looking again. You know what I'm saying? So here we go again. Hopefully that will be the case. With that said, I'm going to take my leave. Nice to see you, Rafa. Sorry, it's short, but I've got to get going. I've got a few things to situate. So Angelo, salute to you. Jack, everybody in the chat, and Captain, thank you for having me on the panel. Just before I go, if I can make it to LA, you can make it to LA.
It's not the fact of making it to LA, is that I've never gone to a city and not gone to the game, and they've really poisoned me to that. I will have to look, because I would like to do that. Because I would definitely, if you're making an effort to come over here, I'm not blowing it off there.
Yeah, I'm only flying like 25 hours.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's really tough. It's like a 5-hour. I get it. But what I'm saying,
so tough.
Yeah, it sucks. But remember though, I fly again and again and again and again. It gets old.
Yeah, talk to me when you've done a 25-hour flight.
I have done a 25-hour flight.
For red football?
Can I ask you, Alfakazi, before you go, can I ask you, since you decided to go to the November 30th LA game, is there a particular, like, are you going to stay for a little bit in the States, or are you just leaving right off the bat?
No. I'm not going to get out pause per se. I will be there from the Friday, and then I will leave, I believe, on the Thursday. So I'm easing my way in and then easing my way out.
Okay, so like a week, right? So technically,
about a week, give or take. Yeah. I may look to, extend a little bit, depending on circumstances. Because it's not just about like I've also got to worry about circumstances at home as well as my budget. You know what I mean? Like the time I'm away from home is time I'm spending. I'm losing money. I mean, that's that's the two factors. So. Yeah.
Right.
But I'll be there from Friday to Thursday at the very least.
Yeah. No. I was just gonna say, and I know you're not the type of guy to ask for anything, but this is where it helps out to be a part of the nation, and we have people that are in LA. But I was gonna say, in terms of if you're extending the trip, LA to Vegas is a 4-hour drive, and for example, if someone who was in LA was saying they wanted to go to Vegas anyways, and you just happen to hop onto that, like there's ways for Captain to see you, and there's ways for all of us to see you. But we're glad that you're finally coming back to the States, because this will be officially your first time coming back since the last.
No, I appreciate that, and I think the week after my trip to LA, I think there's a bye anyways, so there's not going to be a game in Las Vegas for I think 2 weeks. So that's way over pushing it for me. I couldn't stay that long because I've got things at home to take care of. But in terms of making like a couple of days trip, a day trip or two over to Vegas, it sounds good on paper, but at the same time, like there's a lot of distractions there that I don't know if I can keep myself away from, and that would just like Vegas is just blowing out my budget. I'm already having to like my accommodation, tickets for the game, and flights that already set me back $5G.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You know what I'm saying, and that's for that's for LA. That's why I chose LA, because I'm still going to get that Raider experience. If I went to Vegas, I'm doubling that. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I love my Raiders. I will one day, but just for now, the Los Angeles experience is where it's going to be at. So if you guys are there, if you guys see me, anybody in the chat who follows my content or know who I am, even though
I follow you, bro.
I'm a nobody. I'm not saying I'm anybody. I would love to say hello to anybody and everybody who comes my way.
I will say this right now, and mark my words. It's on tape. Check receipts. Okay. If you want to go to a Vegas game, I will forego the bimbo. Okay, I will forego the bimbo. Or special lady, because I've actually upgraded to special ladies. I've upgraded to people that are special to me. You will sit next to me in the seat, so you don't have to worry about those fucking overpriced seats. Right. And if I have to, I will share accommodations. So you wouldn't have to worry about hotel, because I know it's a fucking trip and it's expensive. So we will make that happen, because I would enjoy taking you to a Raiders game in Vegas.
I'm just going to quickly hang on. I'm going to just quickly have a look online. When is the game after?
Yeah, I was going to tell you it's Denver in Vegas, December 7th. So there's a game right after.
Is it the week after?
The offer right now, Afakasi, and just stay the following week.
So you're saying the week after on the Sunday,
December 7th.
They're going to be in Vegas.
Yep. Against
let me deliberate. It's like I said, it's not just I thank you for the offer. I appreciate it. Even though I will say, as much as you've given me that offer, like I'm a guy, and this is like no slight on what you're telling me. I like to do things on my own merits. I did this I'm doing the LA experience on my own. I paid for it all on my own. I didn't ask anybody for any handouts. I didn't ask anybody to help me out. I just did it on my own. So as much as I appreciate it, out of principle, you know what I'm saying?
I get that. What I'm saying is that it would hurt me to not be there, knowing that you were coming to LA on your own merits.
Right.
And again, it's a lot of it is because of the LA experience. And when I make plans for the season, I know which games I'm not going to usually already. And that wasn't in my forethinking, because I told the guy last night who was waiting for me to go to Denver, I'm like, sorry, dude, I ain't going to Denver on the Thursday. I'm going to the Green Bay on that Monday, because I would much rather go see the Packers play the Eagles than waste my fucking time on a Raiders game in Denver on a Thursday. It doesn't make sense to me. And so I kind of blew up on that. So what I'm saying is, you're going to LA on your merits.
Yeah.
And I applaud that. I'm not giving this to you as just cause. It's because I actually would feel bad not going to LA, knowing that you're going to LA after.
I said what I said in jest, by the way, Jack. I was just busting your balls. I wasn't.
No, I get that. I get that. I understand that.
I get it. We all got lives to live. It's not easy to take time away, even for Raid football.
Right. The point is that even if it doesn't happen this year, if you can't make it to the Bronco game the next weekend, I would enjoy having you come to a Raider game in Vegas, knowing that you wouldn't have to pay for your ticket because it's already paid for. And I have my room via the timeshare that I have. Okay. You know, I ain't giving up the fucking big bed, but I have a fucking couch that pops out, Avocazzi, okay. And it's only because I got all my ailments. I appreciate it. I gotta have the comfortable bed because of all my ailments.
So just so we can clarify, and then we'll talk more about it behind the scenes. So yes, sir. You are definitely going to that Denver game in Vegas, right?
The Denver game in Vegas this year?
Yeah,
I am slated to go to every Vegas game. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, right. And what you're telling me is that you've got ticket to. You've got a spare seat next to you. Is that what
you'll be sitting next to Captain Jack? He will give the boot. He will make the lady walk the plank, bro, for you. Okay.
Look, like I said, I'm not asking for any head.
No, you're not. You never did. You never did.
You're not asking for that. I said I'm making it for you because you're coming from fucking Australia, dude.
Yeah. So here's the way Captain Jack is, and let me make it so because I'll do Captain Jack's speak across sports. What Captain Jack is saying is he loves you so much, Avocazzi, that if you were finally coming to the States and you went to LA, it would actually cost him more money to go to LA so he can see his buddy Avocazzi than if, for example, Avocazzi was going to be in Las Vegas in December 7th. It actually costs him less money to have you sitting next to him and making the lady take the plank, right? And you will still be a man and pay for things on your own and do everything on your own. But you will cost Captain Jack less money for wanting to see you, for being the great Raider fan that you are, all the way from Australia, flying 25 hours just to be here in the States.
And this is the bonus on the offer. You coming in as a big bruising Aussie with good looks, going out with me at the events, and it's like I'm sure that you can snag about 12 ladies just just on accident, right? And then if you want to share one or two with me, that come my way, that's great. That's awesome. See, that's a benefit type thing, right? And I get a chance to hang out with you. And we got, like I said, I have the room now. Actually, this year I'm not where I'm normally at, but I do have my timeshare, and I do have a room at the Hilton. So
give me the details behind the scenes. Don't put it out there for everybody. Like,
he won't. He won't anyways.
Do it behind the scenes. But like, I appreciate that, Jack, from the bottom of my heart. Look, let me see where I'm at when I'm there. Because, like I said, like as much as if I didn't have at-home responsibilities, you know what I'm saying, like, and finances were yay amount, you know what I mean, like I would be like, yeah, I'm staying in Vegas and for longer and then some, you know what I mean. But that's probably the number one kicker for me is like I'm already away from home for a week, and I've got to make sure there's things in my personal life that I need to situate, just like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like I've got family, I've got responsibilities. And the time I'm away from home, I'm away from those. So if those are all in order by then, and my financials allow me to, because I'm going to have to rebook my flights as well. I'd have to.
Yeah, no, I got
for that to come back.
I'm going to say this, and then
I'll keep it in mind. Thank you.
Try to let me know, because right now there is no +1. My +1 is you, TBD.
Right.
In fact, right now, Avocazzi, you are the +1 unless I otherwise said so. All right. So
Okay.
that's the December 7th Broncos game. You're the +1. And
All right.
I'll spice it up for you a little bit, Alfakasi, and Captain Jack
Okay.
knows this. All right. When you come to Vegas, and Captain Jack knows I do this to the people like yourself who I admire and respect, right? Captain Jack will let you know. I'll give you the Captain Jack treatment.
Okay.
You're going to China Mama. China Mama.
You're going to whatever it is that we like. Whatever, because you're all the way from Australia. The last time I was there was in Brisbane, so I don't, I don't know what type of foods you have in your area.
Hey, I'm 310 pounds for a reason. I'm a big eater, so
yeah. So,
all right.
but
Look, I really got to go. Thank you for having me on. Thank you for the offer. I will take it into consideration. We will talk behind the scenes. Anyways, Captain, Jack, Angelo, and Rafa, take care, gang, as well as everybody in the chat. Go Reddit. All right, peace.
Thank you, brother. Get with me. That's
Can't
awesome.
take care.
I hope he can.
Yeah. Go ahead. Kenna wants to do his talk because he's got to leave.
Kenna, go ahead. 100%. Yeah, Kenna, you got to. You got to go out. No, I know you got work, so you got an excuse. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I do, bro. It's like I got even a new phone, so my phone was like pretty much charged all tonight, doing all the shows. So talking about the trade with Corey Bennett and Booker. So we all, at least me, I love Bennett last year. He was starter for our cornerbacks, and they got hurt in week 10, out the last 7 weeks, shoulder injury. And I think there's like a big connection, you know what I mean, between the Eagles and the Raiders now. It's like you look at like the guys that are kind of running this stuff. It's like, Howsey Roseman from the Eagles and I forgot Anthony Patch, who came over like his right-hand man is coming over to the Raiders, being with Spytech. And it's like
I gotta tell you, Ken, I gotta tell you. Yeah, because
wait. Hold on, Rob.
Let him finish, Cap, because let him finish, Rob, because he's gonna leave.
Let me finish, Rob, because this is huge. So it's like you look at the depth chart. So it's like with Corey Bennett, like he's not a first stringer anymore on the Raiders team. You look at like the players that are coming, they're out here and being their first stringers in the way of like our defensive backs. Man, he's actually probably number 4. And you look at like, JT Woods and I'm forgetting that UDFA, it's like Greedy Vance coming in there. So like going deep. Pete Carroll even said himself, he's like, I'm sorry to my, Legion of Boom, players that are out there. It's like, which we all thought it was like kind of wink link, but it's like if Pete Carroll's saying that, and you're going to give it to Corey Bennett after like Jonah got hurt or Lonnie Johnson got hurt, and we're going to a deep Eagles defensive line, like a very deep defensive line, and this kid played 17 games, he had 166 snaps, did not play in the playoffs though. But he was coming in there to spell some of those guys, like, Jalen Carter, who's the other guy they got from Georgia too? It's like, those guys, it's like, I got them all written down, but man, it's like,
it was Carter and Dean, the guy who played linebacker who was at UGA for the Eagles. Is that what you were talking about, Jack?
No, it's Jordan Davis is who I was thinking of. And then it was like Morrow, OJOMO, and Ty Robinson. So they're like super deep at defensive line. Pete Carroll is saying we're deep at, cornerback. So, I'm a big fan of Bennett, but when I first heard that trade, I'm like, what the hell are we doing? And it makes sense. And it's like, plus I heard from like, another, not from the Raiders team, but from a Raiders YouTuber who's pretty big in the Raiders, Raiders content, type stuff, in the way of like, Jonah Lalu, who's in a booth. Well, then to me, that makes sense. a guy that can play a lot more snaps. If Bennett's like dropping that far down and he had a shoulder injury, and if you can't tackle, because we all know Pete Carroll wants defensive backs that can tackle. So it made a whole lot more sense to me. I mean, at first I was not happy about it, but it makes a lot more sense. So, a player that can actually maybe, like, with the injuries we had, like Christian Wilkins gone, to get more snaps, then yes, it makes a lot more sense. I don't know what you guys feel about it, but that's the way I kind of feel about it now. I mean, at first, yeah, it was hard to swallow because I really do like Bennett. Man, he's 5'11". He's not a Pete Carroll's guy. Pete Carroll wants guys that could go inside, outside, like J.J. Woods, but he's super fast. So what do you guys think of this? And then I'm at 10%. So if my phone dies, if I like disconnect, then I apologize, but it's where it's at right now.
I got you, Jack. So, and I'm going to say this: if you pop, that's fine. Obviously I have Rafa coming in. If the one gentleman that Angelo said to come on in, that's an invitation. Yeah, Real Talk Raider Nation. If you want to come in after Jack does, that's fine. But eventually, because I've been on for 4 hours and I'm on the East Coast, and even though I don't have to work tomorrow, I do got to get up and do shit tomorrow as an unemployed fuck. So, Jack, I appreciate that as well. But Rafa, I'm going to let Rafa talk because he's been there. Anybody, that gentleman that you who'd you invite?
It's Paul Cap. He's been on our show before.
Okay, cool. Before. Yeah, if you want to pop in there, Real Talk, please do hit the link. Please do. But other than that, you would be the last person. Can't tonight. Okay, no, that's fine there, Real Talk. Appreciate it. Jack's gonna listen in. Rafa, please take it away because we're gonna close this up pretty soon, and I appreciate that. So
yes.
Thanks for coming in, Rafa.
Rafa.
Yeah, because I just wanted to talk for a little bit because I know it's gonna be real, but between for the case of Jacorian Bennett, he's struggling his first year, but he showed a lot of improvement last year before getting hurt because he wasn't fit for Pete Carroll's system, because he wasn't fit for a prototype. So here we are. If he's still healthy, I think definitely they have a guy to work with because I know this pretty solid rotational DL. Fantastic for a guy who can place a lot of snaps necessary. But we trust him a lot of goal line defense. I mean, more than the case about that because that makes worry about the outside corner. And the other thing that I was talking about, like the preseason coming up there, I cannot wait to see. I'm really excited that I am because to be honest right now, I would love to see more improvement. I would love to see the defense because check this out. I want to see who's going to be the starting nickel cornerback if Patrick Graham sub him for a safety depending on the offensive package. Also, wouldn't does Jamal Adams play if it's only like obvious passing down and who's going to be subbing them? Also, who are the gunners are this year? A thick play for Mellett could be like the personal protective position because if was Gent improve a pass pro, it is going to be the two wide receivers in 12 personal. So I will choose between Jack Batch and Dante Thornton Jr. because I'm very excited, just like the actual games in our uniform, because P brought competition to most competitions. So they're having a great success because I just wanted to make really short because I'm going to be like one of those coach motivators because it is the perfect time to see success. It's not about excuses. It's not about crying. It's all about the civilian black nation because it's all about the preseason, regular season, after the season. And this is Raider Nation, motherfuckers, because we We had the courage to play hard. We had the courage to play with blood, sweat, and tears all around for this year.
Thanks, Rob. I
Thank you,
mean,
Rob.
yeah, and fucking A, man. You can fucking swear when I can, because I haven't sworn in a while, so that's good. No, I appreciate that. And again, we're gonna be that ballsy team of old. We're gonna be the ballsy team. Yeah, I like what Unleash said, to be the motivational speaker before each game. We're those motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Rock will do it.
Hey, Cap.
I'll be
Rob,
the
Angela,
professional.
I gotta head out, bros. I gotta go.
Jack, take care, sir.
Love you guys.
Okay,
Be
salute
well.
to you, Jack.
Salute to you, Jack. Because I gotta. For those keeping score at home, I'm on the East Coast. It is going to 1:45. Rafa, you're on the East Coast. You got something going on tomorrow?
Oh, yes. We are on the same East Coast. We are the same East Coast. So that's why.
Okay, so I got to get up early because I got a guy who's going to be doing my pavers that's coming in. So I do got to wake up probably like around 9. But I wanted to be sharp.
Okay.
And so thank you for being here as well, Rafa, for sure.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. And I just wanted to tell you one more thing, because we are really excited for the preseason football. This is the Raider Nation, motherfuckers. And I just wanted to tell you that this week is my birthday. I'm turning 32 years old. Wow. So it's going to be on Saturday, August 9th. Yeah, I'm still young. I'm still strong. And there's nothing could stop this Capitan, because, well, to be honest, right now, I'm just wanted to do to low-key about all these plans for the birthday. But I'll try to go to one Las Vegas Raiders, could be home or away game, because I'm trying to be low key, because I know that there are so many things that I had to do with the life. But I think this season I'll be going just only one to experience the Civil and Black Nation experience, because I would love to, because my dream goal is going to one Las Vegas Raiders, which is home or away game, before I die.
Well, Ruffo, I can't wait to see you there and I said, now remember, I'm going to be driving by you, because I'm going up to New England and then driving back. And then I'm going up to DC and driving back. Which part of Carolina are you in?
Mecklenburg County, which is the North Carolina, North.
Okay.
Which is close to South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. Probably. Probably.
No, Rafa, what I would, and if you can, because when we go to DC, I'm gonna meet up with T3 Tom Jones, aka Raider Fester.
Oh.
So that's close. And obviously Peggy's up there in DC. So you would get a chance to hang out with T3 Tom Jones, aka Raider Fester. I hope he gets his Raider Fester jersey. I want to see that. And if you can get up to DC, game 3, that would be there.
Oh yes. And I just wanted to tell you, salute to you, Captain Jack. Always a pleasure. And Angelo, salute to you. I know that I watched your whole show, the Knockout Canvas. Maybe next week we can do a special preview. There is Dricus of Plessis versus Casma Chiame in Chicago. It's going to be really explosive.
Yeah. The other one too, though, Ralph, and you know that in the Knockout Canvas we talk a ton of boxing. Next week is Moses Itama versus Dillian White.
And, this is gonna be the same as my birthday. It's gonna be the same.
Yeah, it's a big fight day on your birthday. So and what's great about the boxing, Ralph, as you know, is it happens in the morning because it's UK time. So you can if you start at 10 in the morning with boxing, you'll end at 3, and then you'll switch right to UFC 319 for the rest of your birthday.
Oh yes, I would love to. All right, so I'm gonna take care. Salute to you guys. Good night, everybody. And of course, no matter what happens, win, lose, or draw, Raider Nation till I die. And right now, I'm representing the number 34 because Bo knows.
There you go.
Thanks, Rafa.
Good to see
I thought
that.
he was going to close us out with Bo knows, motherfuckers, but I guess.
Yeah. Well, that was implied. The motherfucker was implied. It didn't even have to be said. So, and I will say this, and I'm going to bring this on as well. And Ron, thank you for and Ron, I appreciate having, since you were a member of Nav's channel. I hope to see you come on over here sometime as well. When I show on YouTube, okay, if you're over on my like I know people that are moderators that I can trust as well, because again, for people that shall remain nameless that needed to fucking go, trolls are. But like I said, EMAC's not a troll. He's good in small doses. Thank you there, sir. But we because, like I said, I know I've said it too much. It's 10-2. I feel like a Frank Sinatra song. It's 10-2. I'm looking.
You've been saying you're gonna go for like 8 hours, guys.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I didn't.
You know what it is. What happened is Nav Man shocked you.
Yes.
You know, for it's been so long that you know you were like, oh my god, and then you got thrown off course.
Oh my god, you know it was like that. You know, it was like one of those shocks when somebody drops $50 in your and Ron says as well, when you're having such a good time with family. And one of the main reasons why, and I'll be honest about this, one of the main reasons why I've always kept it to 2 hours is because when I was doing the show on the network, the National Streaming Sports Network, which unfortunately does not exist anymore. And I say that with heavy heart, because the gentleman that was running the National Streaming Sports Network, he passed, and the network was not able to go forward. And I was with them for many years. And you know, and I look at the boss, Big Mac. You know, Big Mac, I'm still here doing stuff, man. And if it was still on, I would have actually eaten the money to have all of those plugs, you know, the extra $500 or so, or $400 or so, to have all of the plugs in the StreamYard. But no, I have 3 plugs, and I will be doing, you know, like I said, I'll have my tablets, and I'll have one tablet will be at Instagram. I didn't do it tonight because I just didn't do it. One tablet will do Instagram. One tablet will do my Facebook, where I can actually see comments, because it'll be on a tablet, and I'll be able to see the comments because it's on my profile. And I haven't been able to do that when I was on my profile, but I have my channels here. You know, it's the Captain Jack, my profile or my fan page, which I can see comments. I do it obviously on YouTube, and I'm on X. I spent the money that I saved on the plugs to get noted on X. So, okay. So I did it for the right reason. But anyway, I've enjoyed everybody. But now I don't have to worry about the 2-hour time limit.
Right.
But I missed the 2 hours because that guy, that guy, my unofficial producer that pops it, he would make the little vignettes and the little things that I don't do. Okay.
Right.
I don't know how to do that shit. He does. And I got to give him the opportunity to do that again.
Yeah. We'll see what this new, like, it's a lower cost program. That's what you did. You downgraded.
I downgraded.
You're downgraded to the lowest one? Because I don't even know.
No.
I'm sure it'll still be good then, Cap. I'm sure it'll still be good.
It should be, but I have to make sure you get in.
Right.
Yeah.
You just have to make me another, like what you did last time. I was in charge of the comm, basically.
I don't know what the fuck I did.
Yeah. No. There'll be. I'll give you a call at some point tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm playing real old man shit. I'm not giving him an excuse because I'm trying to give him an excuse. I don't know what the fuck I did. I don't remember. That's why when we'll make him a moderator, and I'm like, or make him with the wrench, and I'm in fucking StreamYard. I said, I don't see where I could do it. Then I remembered that you can only do it in YouTube. I did remember that, and then I had people come in that were moderators because okay. And by the way, I am not fucking super stupid when it comes to tech. Just some things just go over. I don't know how to make those nice little TikTok videos. First off, I don't fucking do TikTok. So I don't know how to do all of those nice little things where they make videos and laughing and soundtracks and all that other shit. I don't know how to do that. I don't. Because I don't have the fucking time to do it. Even though I'm not working, I do other things, okay? But he does, and so that he did all of these little vignettes, and I appreciate that. And I give him credit for it. I don't say, look at those great things that I fucking did. No, Angelo did them, and I appreciate it. So I do that. I got to get back, but I have been on way too fucking long.
Oh, stop it, Cap. You've been... technically speaking, and by the way, now you can't really make fun of me anymore because I was barely on the show. I went on really quickly. I went on for like 20 minutes, right? Because I was like, all right, you said you only want to talk about tomorrow's game, so that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna talk about tomorrow's game. So I went bing, 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 right? Tomorrow's game, bam, 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 and I said, all right, I'm out of here. Good night.
Yeah,
and then the next thing I see is all hell broke loose, man. You guys weren't even talking about the Raider game. I was like, what is going on?
Yes.
You guys are talking about boats and Cubans and
yeah, well, hey, hot Cuban babes.
Right.
Hot Cuban babes.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Oh my God. And that and I admit this, okay? I'll go see Nav Man
for the boat
up in Tennessee if he's going to be, and that doesn't happen all the time, by the way. But if there's an opportunity,
just most of the time, Cap. Just most of the time.
I don't know. His job takes him to do for shit like that. But that's why we got to get together in Vegas because you're in fucking Vegas. Right. There's shit that happens in Vegas. By the way, your wife, and you got to tell your Asawa. That's, by the way, folks. Asawa is wife is esposa. Same words. Okay. This man is true to his wife. He is true to his wife. But I'm going out there and, shit happens in Vegas.
Captain Jack grew up in a different generation than me, y'all. So.
No, Ron was saying, you can't leave out the hot. They were fucking hot. Hot Cuban girls. And I can't wait.
Ron, I was listening to the whole thing, and that's why I had to, after about an hour of it, I had to put on the comment. Can you guys get back to talking about tomorrow's game? Finally, please.
I did what I was looking for the segue. I was looking for the segue, and Kenna was on, and I'm like, yeah, we might as well talk about the game.
Right. So, but no, Cap. So anyway, let me finish my point, Ron, about what I was saying, and with the trade thing, it was very, and this is one of the reasons again, Cap, and I'll say it because he's not here, and I like to brag about the people that I admire, even when they're not in my face, right? Yeah. But with Alpha Kasi, man, that's why I like him because he didn't need to do any of that. Like he was the first person to like send me a private message, and then I even told him, I said, no, bro, like this is not about who's right, who was wrong, because. Believe me, Cap, everybody is eviscerating me for saying Tyree Wilson will not only have a good year this year, but even if he has, let's just say, a a good year, a good enough year that it he got some stats. There's no way the Raiders are going to let him go. And because this is just year 3 and you don't let a first round pick go because you get the 5th-year option. And the 5th-year option can turn into a 6th-year option. And there's my man Severe right there who's about to give us his take. And then we could close, Cap, because I needed to have my guy, the Severe Raider, to give us his whole hot take on the trade and also his feelings about tomorrow's game. But let me just finish with this. Praising Afakasi, right?
Yep.
The reason why I'm praising Afakasi, and you know this, Severe, right? I was explaining to Afakasi that one of the things that I don't like when there's too many people in the group chat or whatnot is, and you deal with this all the time on your show with Paul and Chris, is the trolling, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's easy to troll. It's easy to troll. It's easy to disagree with someone without any background, all ignorance, all emotion, no actual conversation behind it. It's very difficult, however, to actually give a smart take. You can fairly disagree with someone, even be passionate about your disagreement. But when you're wrong, like when you end up being incorrect, it is also correct. And that's what happened. I had been saying for over a month, Severe, that Jacorian Bennett will probably get traded because he's not Pete Carroll's guy. Everybody was killing me, right? Afakasi made some really good points where he said, here's all of the reasons why we shouldn't trade Jacorian Bennett. And I agreed with him. I said, I absolutely agree with it. I'm just telling you that I'm reading the tea leaves like a Zen master does, right? And I feel like it's going to happen. So when it happened, Afakasi was a man, bro. He messaged me. Then he wanted to personally look me in the eye and say, hey, I just want to let you know, you're right, I was wrong. And I was telling him, I said, it's not about being right or wrong, Severe. It's about all of us knowing the information that we know and how we feel, but we're all rocking with the same team. I don't like, believe me, bro, I'm in a household where my wife is telling me, and we argue about this all the time. She says we're going to win 10 or 11 games and make it to the playoffs.
Wait a second. Wait. Let me do it in probably your wife's accent.
Okay.
Damn it, baby. We're going to win 10 games, and you are so stupid for saying that we're only going to win the 7 or 8 games. It's 10 games, and you're tanga. And tanga means stupid, by the way.
And Severe, just so that you know, the reason why Captain Jack can get away with the Filipino language accent, like a Manny Pacquiao style, is because his wife is Filipino, bro, and he's been married to her longer than I've been with my wife, so he can technically get away with it.
He knows all about. He knows. He's been hearing that. He's been hearing that accent and been called tanga for a year.
Exactly. So anyway,
that was the first Tagalog word he used. Yeah, what is this? She keeps calling me this word. What is this? Let me find out what this means.
Right.
I thought it meant baby or something.
God damn it, you're tanga. You're tanga. That means stupid.
There's worse ones than that too, Severe. But anyways, I digress. So Severe, my wife, and believe me, when the schedule release came, it was a huge argument. Like, we were yelling so loud, bro. The people were like, "You two need to calm the fuck down." Like, because she kept arguing that no, Pete Carroll, he knows what he's doing, blah blah blah, right? And I'm like, hey, baby, I appreciate it. I appreciate that you believe the Raiders are going to win 10, 11 games. I just don't want to be. I don't want my heart getting broken again. I don't want to get fooled like I did last year. I'm projecting 6 games, maybe 7. That's all we'll win, and that's okay.
That's about where I'm at.
Yeah, and I said, and that's okay, because the reason why is there's a method to this madness. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of cooking happening. We're going to have very fun games heading into all the way up to the last game of the year. And then 2026, we're going to be an awesome playoff team. And by 2027, that might actually be our Super Bowl run. And how cool would it be to have a Super Bowl run in your hometown, Los Angeles, California?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
That would be amazing. So, but go ahead, Severe. Tell us what you thought of the trade, and then tell us your thoughts on what's going to happen or what you're looking forward to seeing for tomorrow's game.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the trade. I didn't think it made a whole bunch of sense for us to trade because our secondary is already thin, and then it's a lot of hopes and wishes, right? It's a whole bunch of projecting, a whole bunch of ifs. And if this guy does this, then we'll be good. Or if he can be this, then we'll be okay. And if this guy does that, then we'll be okay. And then you take that to its logical conclusion, and that just lets you know that if any one of those things doesn't happen, then the whole house of cards can potentially come tumbling down. We've already seen a major injury happen, right? We've already lost Lonnie Johnson, who was an integral part of our secondary. He's the guy. First of all, we have Jeremy Chin, who's a safety by trade and a pseudo linebacker, kind of, but he's already our main nickel. He's our main nickel. And the guy that would come in and play safety when he slid down to nickel was Lonnie Johnson. Now he's gone. Now he's done. He's right. And he's a corner / safety. So he's done. We don't know how long he's going to go. Pete Carroll's been hopeful, saying, mid, I think he's week 5, something like that. I mean, I don't know. You break that kind of bone. You got to think about just the surgery and the rehab, and then getting back fully up to speed. And then, when you have you lose use of one leg for that amount of time, just having to build the strength and the muscle back, and then the potential risk of the overcompensation in the other leg that can cause injuries to the other leg and the injuries to your back. It's a lot of risk involved if you want this guy to come back this year. So we're already down a guy. We've already lost essentially our entire secondary from last year outside of Isaiah Palamao. The one, to the 2 returners we had were the DCAM, who in the limited duty we saw him last year, wasn't great. I don't want to hold that against him. He was a rookie, but it was bad. It was some of the worst corner play I've seen in a long time. And then Jacorian, who, when he played, he looked like one of the best young corners in the league potentially. And we're thinking this guy is young, he's physical. When he's covering receivers, he's athletic. The only thing he really didn't do was take the ball away, which is, hey, I can live with that. As long as the passes aren't getting completed against you, do you want a guy that's going to turn the ball over and give the ball back to your offense the way your offense played last year? Not like it mattered a bunch, but do you want those opportunities to score? Yes, but he's a guy that, for the most part, going up against one of the best receivers in the league, Jamar Chase, he held him in check. And just about everybody he played, he did a good job against. So you kind of see the ascension. He won the job as a rookie, and then he didn't play well, and then he got hurt. And then it's like, okay, well, dang, what is Jacorian going to do this next year? So year 2, he wins the job again, plays extremely well and gets hurt. So then you kind of start having injury concerns, and which is why a lot of us said, hey, you know what? We need to draft a corner. This last year, a lot of people said we need to draft a corner. But not only did we not, not only did we already need a corner, but we got rid of the corner that we thought was good and replaced him with another corner that is also coming off of injuries and didn't play as well as Jacorian played last year. So it just didn't add up to me. And what are we doing today? Or what do we do? Well, I don't know, depending on where you're at in the East Coast or West Coast. What did we do yesterday? We worked out a bunch of corners. So we traded the corner that we had that was our own draft pick. And I'm a big guy, and I'm big on hey, you know what? Draft and develop. That's what the best teams do. Draft and develop. So we have a young corner who has a skill set, has shown he has the ability to play at the NFL level in a big role, and we got rid of him, and now we're trying to replace him with a patchwork of veterans from other teams outside of Darian Porter. So I didn't like the trade. Booker, he's a 2-down. D tackle. He's more of a run stopper, leaves a lot to be desired as a pass rusher. And if you think about Howie Roseman, he's a guy that likes to build his team from the trenches. So if he's telling you that this 25-year-old defensive tackle isn't good enough to even crack the rotation at all, and that he's already getting beat out by Ty Robinson, who was a guy they just drafted this year, it's okay, how much is left really there for him to develop for us? Now, is there some potential there? Presumably, but I rather deal with a known commodity. And I knew what we had in Jacorian Bennett. I don't know what we have in Booker. And if you put both of those players out in the open market, who fetches more value? I think it's pretty clear that Jacorian Bennett is going to fetch more value than Booker if they were both put on an open market. Like, remove all of the context, just straight bidding. Nobody has any roster at all, right? No, everybody's starting from a blank slate, nothing at all. What player has more value? It's clearly Jacorian Bennett. And so you traded a guy with more value for a guy with less value. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, wait. I need to do this. I need to do it because aha. I had to because, it's so apropos to have, the Jewish guy from, the movie
Coming to America.
There you go.
Where's the spoon? He whipped Joe Lewis's ass.
Solid points. Everybody, you always bring up the white kid. It's all. What about Joe Lewis? Joe Lewis would knock all these motherfuckers out. Anyway.
Joe Lewis was 132 years old. Joe Lewis was 132 years old.
Right. My favorite line in that particular scene, Severe, would be Rocky Marciano.
Yeah, he whipped Joe Lewis's ass.
Rocky Marciano would beat everybody's ass. Yeah. Anyway, I valid points. I thought that the aha was meant there.
That's correct, Cap. No, what I was going to say is, by the way, to everybody who's still listening to us on the Captain Jack Rackham channel, or if you're on Raider Shield family, this is the exact reason why it's very important for everyone to always listen to the Severe Raider. I always brag about him. He's a young man with good, intelligent takes, and believe me and Severe don't always agree on things. But the one
Angelo
thing
told me months ago we were trading Jacorian. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I didn't think Pete Carroll would make that type of move. I was right.
I did. I did, and the reason why I thought it is when Jacorian for the first time finally talked to the press, bro. He looked like a fighter who was shook, bro. He did not sound like he had the job. He sounded like he's gonna try to prove why he should have the job. Yeah. Bro, if you're talking like that and you were the number one guy last year, that means everybody in the whole building is already kind of telling you, we like you, Jacorian. We just don't. It's not you, bro. It's me.
Well, and that was like all of the great points that you were making, Severe, about this. He did this and that, and they only got a rotational guy. Okay, and that's why I did the aha. If Jacorian Bennett, and I said this like literally hours ago, so I'm sorry I'm bringing it up again. If your best ability is availability and you don't have that ability, that's one thing. Yeah. If you get injured once, okay, you got injured. If you get injured again,
yeah, there's a trend.
Then they start thinking, maybe this guy's got injury issues. Okay, so that's the second thing. And Jacorian Bennett was kicking ass when he was there. You cited that he bookended and bookmarked and fucking booked over. Those are all your books together, which actually is what the guy we traded for was booked. See, I kind of what I did there.
You did there.
There you go. But he booked Jamar Chase, which is awesome. Okay, that's great. But in the long run, if you don't have the intangibles, I'm going to do the air quotes. If you don't have the intangible that the head coach, who's a defensive backs guru, wants, my defensive backs are going to be 6'2"-ish. They're going to be long and lengthy and got arms like spiders, and they can swat the balls down, and they got to run about a good 4-1. I would say 4-2, but I'll get. He's got to run at a 4, so you got to be long and lanky and run and this. And if I'm looking, how tall was Jacorian? Like what? 5'10"?
5'10".
He was short. 5'10".
Yeah.
It's like the guy who, and I love him to death, and his name escapes me. You guys will tell me. The guy who left the Raiders for the Lions and was fucking awesome.
Amik Robertson.
Yeah, Meek's awesome.
Yeah,
Amik Robertson.
Ja'Cory Bennett looks like a giant compared to Amik Robertson. Like,
right. Okay, and then you got thank you. And the thing is that Amik Robertson would be a perennial Pro Bowl Hall of Famer if he was 4 inches taller.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So getting back to point, I know I fucking do this a lot, fucking go way off. But the thing is, if you're got a guy that you have injury concerns about, he's not your prototype of what you're looking for in the system, and we know he's probably not going to make the team. If we know this, and we trade him for somebody that we know that we need, we need a defensive tackle because some dude who likes to kiss other players and roll around in Crocs and shaking his ass. Well, don't even get me started on that. Okay. We need a defensive tackle because, and my biggest word that I'm using a lot, fuck twat. That's my new, go do it all. He's a fuck twat. Well, that dude was a fuck twat. Showing his ass, literally, shaking his ass, literally, and not coming with the program, literally, not being with the program. Bye. I say this about Khalil Mack, who I love, but he didn't want to play for the Raiders. Bye. That's why I call him 50 Who. And I won't wear his jersey until he's retired because then it'll be, oh, that's a Khalil Mack bonus jersey. But I won't wear it while he's still in the NFL. Hey. So bye to the fuck twat. And thank you. Who did that? Chewy, thank you there, bro.
Chewy. Hey, salute, Chewy.
Hey, thank you, bro.
So check this out, right?
Well, wait. I want to finish it. I gotta finish it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. If you're getting a guy that's going to be in your rotation and you need a defensive tackle for a player that you didn't think might even make the team, and you need him, I'll do that trade. And I know I'm long-winded. Go ahead and finish it, Angelo, because that was my point. That was my point.
I was going to say, and we'll answer this, Chewy. Chewy's asking, and thank you for the super chat, Chewy. You guys see AOC going over 95 patch yards tomorrow. If he plays long enough, then yes, I do. But I think we're going to see a lot of Cam Miller, me personally. But I don't know. What do you think, Severe?
Yeah, I know everybody's making the announcement that, the starters are going to play. Pete Carroll said the starters are going to play. I listened to the press conference, and he was asked very directly, are the starters going to play? And he answered very directly, everybody will be ready. That's not the starters will play. That is everybody will be ready. And it's like, as you like me, Tyler, are you going to my friend's birthday party? He's like, I'm buying an outfit. Okay, but that's not a defense. Okay, you're getting an outfit, understandable. But are you going to the party?
I'll be dressed for that party.
Yeah, I'll have some new clothes by the time of the party. Now, am I going? That's a different question. So I think Pete Carroll was leaving himself open to, hey, you know what? I'll play it by ear. Maybe there's some guys he wants to play, some guys he doesn't want to play. It was a very non-committal answer. I think if the starters do play, it's maybe one series, unless that series is a 3-and-out. If it's a 3-and-out, I can see him maybe extending it to a second series just to get a little bit more repetitions in there. But I think we're going to see a healthy first half dose of Aiden O'Connell, and I think the entire second half is going to probably be Cam Miller.
Yep.
And then, by the way, it also depends on what bitches are going to be at the party.
Exactly. That too. Because if Seattle's not playing none of their starters, then it kind of makes no point that we play ours, because it's like, okay, what value are we getting out of this?
Right.
No, I'm keeping with the bitches. I know I just got Angelo I do it to crack Angelo up.
Yeah, no, it's funny. No, so what I was gonna say though, Severe, is both you and Captain Jack make extremely good points on opposite ends of the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
spectrum, right?
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
I told you this before, like I play the middle, but when I give a perspective, what I absolutely hate is when people want to eviscerate me based on emotion rather than giving a factual, like this is
Yeah.
like your factual thoughts were absolutely correct. And we are being punished for that right now as we speak. Like you
Yeah.
said, Lonnie Johnson's hurt. I
Yeah.
saw Terrell Edmonds is putting on
Yeah. Like,
show.
okay.
So I get it. I get what's gonna happen. Which again goes to what I predicted. We're gonna win like 6 games, man. 6, 7
Yeah.
games,
Yeah. I
maybe,
mean,
maybe 7, probably 6, right?
I, I love Pete Carroll. I mean, did I want Pete Carroll as a head coach? No, but
I did.
I didn't want Pete Carroll as a head coach because I don't want to be in a situation where in 3 years we're having to hire another head coach. I want to just find our guy, and that is our guy. Because when you hire, because when you do stuff like this, right? When you change, so we're seeing it right now. Jacorian Bennett. I thought Jacorian Bennett was one of the best young corners in the league last year. But we changed coaches, we changed philosophies, and now Jacorian Bennett, who I think can be a very good player in this league, he's no longer a fit. So you lose players that you've drafted and developed because he doesn't fit exactly into the mold of the new guy. So that's why I don't want this constant change. That's why I was like, you know what? I'd take a flyer on a young guy and hope this guy pans out. Like Pete Carroll can work and be great, and in 3 years we still need another head coach. A young guy can work and be great, and we're good for a decade. And if he's not, if he's no good, then in 2 years we're probably looking for another head coach either way. So like maybe you gain an extra year of pretty good play, but like what are you losing and out on in the long run? So, but I understand for the here and now, for the time that he is going to be the head coach, there wasn't a more qualified person on the board to be head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders than Pete Carroll for the here and now. For the here and now. But they're doing some extremely questionable things. The Jacorian Bennett thing is one though, like that can be argued on both sides. I think anytime you lose good players for a mystery box, that's not a good thing, right? It reminds me, like I bring this up all the time. It reminds me of an episode of Family Guy where it's like, and Jeff was one of the people saying we gotta hire Pete Carroll. I'm like, look, bro, I'm not trying to be looking for another coach in 3 years. I don't want to do that. And Pete Carroll will be 77 in 3 years. And it just killed me because like when there were rumors of like, oh, the Raiders are looking at Bill Belichick. Like, we don't want Bill Belichick. He's old. And we hire Pete Carroll. It's like, yeah, like come on now. So but the whole Jacorian Bennett Booker thing reminds me, this is an episode of Family Guy where it's like, hey, you can have this boat or you can have whatever's in the mystery box. And then Pete is like, oh, what? Like the mystery box could be anything, even a boat. It's like, come on now, like like you can, like a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Like what you have in this player, like figure out a way to make it work. If he's a good, talented player, figure out a way to fit that talent into your scheme, or fit something around good talent. So that's one thing, and then like the whole offensive line shuffling thing, I don't like that either. Just the JPJ moving here and then Parham moving there, and then now we're making JPJ battle at right guard with Alex Kappa, who we shouldn't have signed at all, and now we have this young guard we drafted in Rodgers, who's no way in the world he's ever going to beat out JPJ. So like, what is really the value that we're going to get out of that 3rd round pick, and when are we ever going to see value out of that pick? And we signed Colton Miller, which I love. But now, that kind of leaves Charles Grant in purgatory because he ain't beating out Colton Miller. So is he competition for DJ Glaze, who I think played very well as a rookie and is only going to get better? So like it's a lot of questionable things. And then we were only addressed corner one time in the draft. You didn't like Jacorian Bennett, doesn't fit your system. Why only draft one like real corner? So it's like a lot of things. I'm like, okay, you guys are the veterans, the experienced people. Why are we making like novice mistakes? Like you knew, you saw Jacorian's tape last year. You knew whether or not he fit your system from his play last year. So like, why did we not do more to address what we already knew was a weak secondary, especially after you had already cut Jack Jones? So you cut Jack Jones, to start last year. You letting go of Jacorian Bennett, was a star last year. You let Nate Hobbs go. who's injured anyway. So that's another starter. So we lost all the starters. And now, but then we didn't really do a whole lot to replace them. And we replaced the one starter on the outside with Eric Stokes, who's been perpetually injured. So I don't want to hear, oh, we don't want any injured guys, because we just signed an injured guy to be a starter. So, and they have a plan in place, quote unquote. That's what they're saying. That's what we told the media. They have a plan in place to make sure that Eric Stokes stays healthy. Well, if you have a plan in place to make sure he stays healthy, can't you just spread that plan across the board and help these other guys stay healthy? Or is it just an individualized plan specifically tailored towards Eric Stokes?
We only have bubble wrap fitted for Eric Stokes, so it's specialized. They went into the shop and they gave him like that stuff that they had on like with Star Wars when they made what's his nose, Han Solo, and they put him in that.
Yes. Was it graphite? Was it graphite?
Well, it's something. It sounded close to graphite, right? Yeah. It was that stuff, but they have it in bubble wrap form, and it's only for Eric Stokes.
Apparently,
because he's a first round pick bust. So that's why they made it for him.
That's
because he's a bust first round pick. Carbonite, thank you. Carbonite.
I should have known Jeff would know. Jeff would know.
Why we have the people in the show, right?
Jeff is at the house listening to Huey Lewis in the news while watching this podcast.
Hey,
I like Star Wars trivia. Guy's a Renaissance man. He is a Renaissance man.
I like Huey Lewis. Ron, my God, I'm losing Ron. And Ron, I've been here longer than Ron. Thank you. But I'm losing Ron. Ron says I got to go. Ron, thank you for joining me. And for all the other people that are here, thank you for coming over.
I was gonna say for all of you guys who are enjoying,
we're up at 5 hours.
The very presence of the Severe Raider, you notice that he's wearing the black red hat. Now, if you think that was him spitting hot fire, all right. If he wore a red hat, Severe.
Oh yeah, right.
This whole thing.
That's angry Severe. That is angry. That is Bruce Banner in a pair of purple shorts when I wear the red hat. The red hat is that's Bruce Banner in purple shorts. But
he's just quasi right now. He's showing a little red, but giving it a little chance.
This was the nearest hat to me, so I was like, well, I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long. I know you guys about to. Well, I said you were about to close out. I think I didn't
even wear the nearest Raider hat to me. I wore this because it was what I was wearing at the time, and I didn't even wear my. This is probably the first show in forever I wasn't wearing when I was wearing a baseball hat, but. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to let Angelo talk. Then let Severe talk at the end. I gotta go. It's 5 hours.
All right. Go ahead, Cap.
No, you've been cooking, Jack.
I know. What about Trey Taylor? What about DCAM? What about the guys that they have in? What Greedy Vance coming in? It's the coaches that know. Okay. The coaches that know, and I'm not saying that you're stupid, Sphere. I'm not, because those are great points. But if the coach who has won a Super Bowl knows this is what I want, and these are the guys that I think can do it because I've done it with these guys, okay? Getting rid of the guys that he doesn't think can do it and show the traits that he wants, because I want you to do this because I see this in you. You got this, and we're going to coach you up to do that, right? So that's why I'm thinking that that's what they did. And by the way, remember, who is coaching the line?
Robbie Leonard.
I thought it was Pete Carroll's son.
Oh, the offensive line. Oh, yeah, Brandon Carroll. Don't even get me started on that one. Oh, do not get me. That would be, like, you want to be on here for 6 hours?
Okay.
Well, if you're starting on Brendan Carroll, that's going to be a whole nother. I'll have to switch hats.
We'll do a show on that.
I will have to switch hats.
You're going to go to means of mad.
Oh my, yes.
Okay.
Oh my God, yes.
For the time being, though, when you were saying that maybe Pete's only going to be here for 3 years, if his son is here, and I know you don't like this, but if the Raiders turn it around, granted, this predicates the Raiders turning it around.
And Severe, if my aunt had a dick, she'd be my uncle.
Yeah,
I got. But if they're turning the culture around and they say, I can do this, and by the way, in the greatest form of nepotism there is, other than Jerry Jones and his fuck twat sons, okay.
Oh my goodness, yes. Or Jerry Steinbrenner.
George Steinbrenner. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, they were. Yeah. The one good thing about George Steinbrenner though was he was born on the 4th of July too, just like Al Davis.
Oh, that's awesome.
So, but because you were saying, but he's only going to be. But by the way, and you're young and virile, and you got all your shit.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday, by the way, Cap. Severe just celebrated his birthday last week. Happy birthday!
Thank you.
Happy birthday! How old are you, sir?
You ask my kids, and I'm 60.
No, I'm 60. Literally, I'm 60.
But I'm 39. I turned 39.
He's still in his 30s, Cap. That's technically 35.
Yeah, you're young. Okay, you're young. I got t-shirts older than you. I do. I got t-shirts.
I believe you.
But the point is that Pete Carroll at 77, 74?
Yeah.
However the
right
fuck
now.
He's 70.
Okay.
He'll be 74 by the time the season starts.
Yeah.
Okay. Pete Carroll at 74 is more athletic and in shape than, I'm not going to say you, but you're 39. I know Angelo's 30.
I'm 50, Cap. I'm 50. I just Asian people look like they're 20, but
That's right.
They say black don't crack and Asian don't raisin. So that's
there you go.
I know that. Okay. And old white guys have beards. But the point is that Pete Carroll is probably in better shape than everybody on this panel right now.
I don't know. Severe's in pretty good shape.
Of this panel.
Two-thirds of this panel. Okay. But let's put it this way, though.
I will beat Pete in the 40-yard dash. Like the hands, a punt, pass, and kick competition. I like my chances.
Okay, but okay, you could probably out 40 him, but he can outdistance you, maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe I don't train for long distance. I do hit, so everything is like short spurts. So I don't train for long distance.
But my point is,
he's in great shape for somebody his age. He is in great shape. That being said, first of all, we all know. I mean, we've all had grandparents and parents that have aged, and we know sometimes these things happen quickly. And we are, and I don't have any wood near me, but please, somebody out there, if you have wood, please knock on wood. Everybody at that stage of their lives, they're one doctor's visits away from being told, you know what, you need to calm down. You need to sit back, relax. Whatever you're doing, don't do that anymore because your health is the priority. So, like I said, knock on wood. Pete Carroll takes great care of himself. But I saw it happen with my grandmother. The most virulent, lively person I've ever saw. Went to the doctor, pancreatic cancer. Life never the same after that. So, okay. No, I don't wish that on anybody. But so we all know, and when you're at that age, you're more susceptible to those kinds of things. And he could just lose the passion at some point and say, you know what, I've accomplished what I've wanted to accomplish. I don't need to do this anymore. He's already had other interests, and he's already started off his tenure splitting duties, coaching the class at SC while being the Raiders coach. So you already got your foot in other areas already. So I was like,
you're actually proving my point to an extent. I firmly believe that when Pete took this job, he knew where his segue was. Because the Raiders spent a lot of money on Chip Kelly, although I don't like that fucking idea as a head coach. Chip Kelly's an OC, I love. Chip Kelly as a head coach, I don't like at all.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I bring you Chip Kelly, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Thank you. I bring you Chip Kelly, head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. I don't have to fucking say anymore.
No,
Okay.
yes.
Chip Kelly, OC. I give you from the movie from Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Thumbs up, Jesus. I give you thumbs up.
Was that Dogma? Dogma?
I give you thumbs up, Jesus. Chip Kelly is your OC. Chip Kelly is your head coach. I know this isn't in the movie, but I give you this.
Yeah.
I give you double thumbs down. But I really think that his plan was, I'm going to do this, and then because we're going to be so successful, and we're going to bring the Raiders back. We're going to bring that culture back, and I'm going to do my transition. That we're either going to have Chip come out and do it, or if my son will come out and do it, or if he doesn't get another job before this, and Patrick Graham is sick and tired of playing second fiddle, Patrick Graham is going to be that guy. I really think that there were plans in place in his mind of what was going on, and I think one of those guys is the extension plan, the segue plan. I think so, because he is 74 and he does like it, and he can do it. But like you said, hey, God forbid he takes a trip to San Francisco and gets run over by a fucking trolley car.
Yeah, by the Rice-A-Roni truck.
So I again, not to be morbid or anything, but I whenever I have a chance, I like to bring it up. So I was the guy, Severe, and you know what my past was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In my whole world, dude, when I was on CBS doing press conferences, exactly. I did not think that a couple of years later my ass was going to die. It didn't happen to me. I didn't think that shit at all. Yeah. Right? I was like, this is great. Everything's gonna be fine. Maybe I'll go to Fight Island during COVID. Right? Thinking all this positive shit. And then next thing you know, man, between my wife having to deal with the cancer, my son having to have his 10th heart surgery, right? Yeah. It's like bang, bang. Then I'm like, all right, well, maybe I'm just kind of tired and fucked up right now because I just went through these things. And then like my brother takes me when the Raider Stadium opens up, my brother takes me to the Charger. You remember that game, the Charger game, the tie game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm there. I'm celebrating, bro. Everything's great. Dude, that was January. By July 4th of that same fucking year, they were like, you got like less than 30 days, bro, and you're going to die. Like, we're not saying the only way you're going to live is if we somehow get your ass out of Vegas, find a place that's willing to accept you, which at the time, United Healthcare was doing all that bullshit, which was killing everyone, right? So it's a miracle that I'm alive, right? So to Severe's point, Cap, Pete Carroll's old, man, but even if he wasn't old, who the fuck knows, right?
Shit happens
anyway. Shit happens. Right. I mean, like Angelo was on a more extreme case because he was a healthy guy, was right. I mean, training all the time, helping other people get in shape, taking good care of himself. So Pete Carroll's at advanced age. So like, I don't wishing anything bad upon him, but I guess my point is that, I hope the Raiders had a thought of succession in their mind. If Pete Carroll went into this job, like you don't go into a relationship like, I'm gonna be with this girl for about a year or so, and then I'm gonna find my real wife. That's not. I don't want you going into it with that thought in your head. I want this to be like, this is my job. I want to take this head on. I'm gonna do the best job I can, and where the chips will fall where they may. And when I walk away, I walk away. And so hopefully the Raiders thought in their mind, like, hey, I like this Patrick Graham guy. Hey, he's a defensive coordinator. We got Pete Carroll. He's a defensive guy. And, and some of the things that Patrick Graham lacks in terms of the culture building and the player relations and stuff, like Pete Carroll's excellent at that. One of the best ever to do that. If we pair these two guys, then maybe, Patrick Graham can be that next person. I don't want it to be Chip Kelly. I don't think he wants to do it. He's kind of expressed. I'm a UCLA guy too, so he was our head coach. He stepped down from being our head coach because he didn't like doing the head coach thing. And may God have mercy on our souls if they even think Brennan Carroll is ready to do it. He ain't even a good offensive line coach so far. So I don't even think about being a head coach. But that's a Antonio Pierce waiting to happen. That's Antonio Pierce all over again. It was a go for a position coach.
I would say as much as he sucks, he's definitely better than probably the last two we've had.
The Craig guy, yes. I mean, I didn't mind Carmen Bracilla. I didn't think Carmen Bracilla was bad. I didn't think we gave him a lot to work with. But the Craig guy from last year, yeah, that guy was terrible. That guy was terrible. And we keep Joe Philbin on staff this year too, so that should help with the development of Brendan Carroll. I know we're all well over 5 hours at this point, Cap. I know you. I can talk all day. So
no. But I was gonna say too, Severe, to your
put
point.
The brakes on me.
To Severe's point too about Brendan Carroll, I'm sure Severe was not happy when they said we're gonna move JPJ to guard.
I was apoplectic. When you tell me that, this is the stuff that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so last year we start the year off with JPJ. Well, he doesn't start the year off because he's hurt. But when he comes back, he starts off at left guard because we have Andre James at center, and then we have Dylan Parham at right guard, who we had just moved from left guard from the year before because we thought he was better at right guard. Okay, Andre James is no good. So we put JPJ in there at center. He's a revelation. All of a sudden, JPJ is in there at center. Meredith is at left guard. Colton Miller finally gets healthy. We have one of the better offensive lines in the league, and we have guys like Sincere McCormick and Amir Abdullah doing well in the run game. So we're like, okay, maybe we have something here, right? DJ Glaze is good for a rookie. Parham played admirably at times at right guard. JPJ was good at center. Meredith was really good at left guard, and Colton Miller to close out the year was one of the better left tackles in the league. So hey, let's bring this. We got chemistry going. Let's bring the band back. Instead of bringing the band back, they swapped everybody. Now Ringo Starr is lead singer, and it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Hey, I love Ringo, but he could at least sing better than Bob Dylan. But Bob Dylan is a great lyricist,
great songwriter. He's a great, incredible songwriter. But this is the thing. Like we had Dylan Parham last year at right guard, and we moved him to left guard this year. And then we signed, this is some nepotism too. We signed Alex Kappa to the second biggest deal before we signed Colton, to the second biggest deal we had given out behind only Gino, right? $5.5 million. That's probably looking like a sunk cost because during OTAs, this wasn't even I don't know if this is like a flying by the seat of their pants. During OTAs is the very first time they approached. So this entire time, they've had all these people on the roster. And not until OTAs did anybody come up to Jordan Meredith and say, you know what? Maybe you should think about playing center. Not until OTAs. This is a few months ago. This thought entered their mind. So we're taking a guy we drafted in the second round who, by most people's opinion, was the best center in last year's draft and should have been a first round pick. And we take that guy, we move him not to left guard where he played last year. We take him and move him to right guard. So we take the left guard we had last year and the right guard we had last year, move him to left guard. Take the left guard we had last year, move him to center. Take the left guard we had last year and move him to right guard. So we're moving 3 different spots instead of just moving one spot. Hey, let's just keep JPJ at left guard, keep Parham at right guard, and Meredith play center. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. But all this other shuffling is just it's illogical. It's just sometimes when you train somebody, there's an effective training, but it gets to a point where it's not even effective anymore. You're just doing stuff to be doing it. It's just activity without any progress. And it seems like we're just making activity without it. So it's a whole lot of energy being expended, but it's no inertia being built. Like we're not going anywhere.
You're running without moving forward is what Severe is saying.
Okay. And I get that. Because I'm an old offensive lineman, I take what you're saying at face value. But maybe a couple things. I think the Meredith thing is to figure out, God forbid, if somebody gets injured, if JPJ gets injured, who's the best? Is it Meredith or Parham? Okay, maybe that's what it is. But I also firmly believe that you're going to get your best 5 out there, and maybe and I don't know who. Maybe because Samir, you know about offensive linemen. It's if you're playing on the left side or the right side, what the difference is.
Yeah.
What hand are you comfortable dropping to?
Yeah.
So I'm definitely a right side guy, because when I'm down to my stance, I'm dropping my right.
Yeah.
And I'm looking up, and I can heave, and I can look at the bastard across me, and I got my left arm ready to pop that up.
Yeah.
But that's me.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm playing on the left side, I'm like, I don't like I don't like this.
It doesn't feel right.
Doesn't feel right. Okay. And yeah, I'm stronger. I will say I'm stronger with my pop on that.
Yeah.
But my stance is fucked up because I got my left arm down.
Yeah.
Maybe, and I'm purely spitballing here because it's 5 fucking hours, and why not, right? and I've enjoyed this. I will eventually shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I will
and
too.
by the way, Samir, I'm
gonna
doing
do
this on purpose because Captain Jack always fucks with me about the first time we were together and we were with Stu. Okay. And he always says it was a 5-hour show with Chris, Stu, and me. And me and Chris didn't get a word in. It was just Stu and Angelo. So here you go, Samir. Guess what, motherfucker? Guess what? It's been 5 hours. And I've barely gotten a word in.
I've spent a lot of time with other people, and I've given other people the opportunity. It hasn't been a pure I'm fucking talking show, but I've gotten points when I can, right? Maybe seriously. They said
Lane, by the way.
They did the what arm, and they have like calipers and they. I'm just spitballing. I don't know. Or they think that maybe this lineup is the best, because they are going to get the best 5 out there.
Yeah.
And if Ringo is playing lead guitar, if he plays it well, then it works.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll play drums because I do play drums. I don't know if you guys can wait. You see, where is it? You see that white sheet?
Oh, we got the drum set back there covered up.
There's the drum set.
Oh.
Yes. Okay.
Oh.
I can honestly say I bought those a couple years ago, and I played them 3 times. But they're in my room.
And they're waiting. They're waiting. Know
Wait.
what that drum set is? That drum set is Caleb Rogers. Just it's just sitting under a sheet. It's just sitting under a sheet. May never see the light of day. But it's there though. I got him. I got him.
Hey, as long as that sheet ain't white with 2 holes in it.
So Samir, how do you feel about our 3rd round picks?
Man, look, I like both the guys. I like both the guys. I just don't see a pathway. I just don't see a path. There's not really a path. And I mean, nobody could have predicted Christian Wilkins. Like that was out of nowhere. But I don't see a path.
I predicted it, but all right, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
me and Jeff went at it about Christian Wilkins, or it wasn't me and Jeff actually. It was me and Chris, in his show.
I'm sorry. I actually think that Rodgers and Grant. I think that they're going to be one of them's going to be guard real soon.
Yeah, Rodgers already a guard. Rodgers already a guard.
Yeah, you're right. So that's that pathway. Okay. So take Meredith out of the equation, because if that is the guy that's the guard, Meredith gets booted and JPJ goes back to being the center. Or and this is the other thing, they say, Dylan, I appreciate you putting on about another 30 pounds, but you still ain't making it. So we're going to make Rodgers that guy. So Parham gets booted. And I don't know if he's playing left or right. I didn't look at the chart yet.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the chart.
They have him listed as left, but to begin the offseason programs, he was in competition with Kappa on the right side. So they switched him kind of midstream to left. You know, I think at around the time they probably decided that they wanted to go with Meredith at center.
Well, Kappa's a 1 year wonder, and he's here. He's here for they had thoughts, but he's here probably as a favor.
Oh.
You know, the Spike Tech and him probably, you know, but yeah, Kappa's not long term.
Hey, Cap, real quick, and I'll let you keep going. But currently, right now, this is the actual depth chart. Parham's the left guard. Behind him is Rogers. Behind Rogers is Ayedse. Powers Johnson is the right guard. Behind him is Kappa. Behind him is Mafi. And then we got Laki Tassi. And at center, we have Meredith. Behind him is Will Putnam. And behind him is Jared Hufford. So Charles
and behind
Grant
him is Captain Jack, and I'll play with my fucking cane.
Now here you go. Check this out. So Colton Miller's backup is Charles Grant. And behind Charles Grant is Dalton Wagner. DJ Glaze is the starting right tackle. Behind him is Thayer Mumford. And behind him is Parker Clements. So again, to Severe's point.
Because remember, we just heard the announcement that they were moving Thayer to guard. now he's back at tackle. I don't know what's going on.
Well, he is right now. He is the swing tackle.
Yeah.
So, and by the way, he's not necessarily on what is it, on a contract. I think this is his last year.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Figure that out too.
Maybe Grant. Maybe
Grant might be your ultimate swing tackle / you know, and if Colton Miller, God forbid, gets injured, remember Mumford played better when he was playing left tackle as well. So just food for thought.
Yeah.
No, what I will say is, and Severe, I did it to you again. So I love it when, and this, you didn't see this, Captain Jack, but the Knockout Canvas has only had 5 episodes, and our most epic episode, I believe, was episode 3, where I put Severe with Papa Rundown. Now, what you have to understand about Papa Rundown, Captain Jack, is he would be the equivalent of you when it comes to boxing, in terms of the old school knowledge and the, you know, God damn it, you know, Joe Louis would have knocked out, you know, like that. Okay, so anyway.
Rocky Marciano, I tell you, Rocky Marciano beat everybody.
Right now, I also know that Severe is he's higher. like there's casual fans that's not Severe at all. There's super hardcore fans that like watch
that's not me either.
all the time.
That's
not
Angelo.
Either. But he's like,
those super hardcore fans like Angelo puts them to shame.
right. Yeah, no, I will put anyone to shame, especially when it comes to current boxing. I mean, I will fucking talk to you about the card I just watched in Mexico.
Yes.
So
Angelo watches bar fights in Tijuana, like Tijuana bars.
Just to find who the next Devin Haney will be, bro. Exactly. Just to find who the next Devin.
I saw the 16-year-old kid fight, and this kid just.
So I don't know, but anyways, but what Severe is like a higher class educated boxing aficionado in the sense that he grew up with it, he watched it. There's the people that he knows, and then in current events, he'll catch up to it. He won't necessarily watch every single one live, but he'll catch up to it. So, anyways, Cap, I say that to say that in this show that was only supposed to be 2 hours, it ended up being this crazy like 5-6 hour show, and probably 3 of those hours was Severe and Papa Rundown going at it, man. They were talking about no way Sugar Ray Leonard would have whooped Floyd's ass. It's Severe, and it was fantastic because you could totally understand everything Severe is saying, and there's total validity to it. And then you can understand everything that Papa Rundown is saying, and there's total validity to it. So just like tonight, everything you're saying, Cap, 100% valid. But everything Severe is saying too is 100% valid. Like, and this is what I mean about how you can have
this is sport. This is sport.
You can have great conversations without ever being a fucking troll, bro.
Yeah.
The comments that I hate is we trade Jacorian Bennett, we get Thomas Booker, and then somebody will just say, "See, man, we trade him for a bag of chips," without fully knowing anything about Thomas Booker at all. And that, sir, that's just you're just trolling, man. And I can't have negative energy in my life, bro. I just I choose not to. So I appreciate Severe for being that.
I hate those. There's two comments I hate. People that just totally like shit on a move without any justification to it. The comments I hate, the comment I hate equally as much as well. Pete Carroll, he's won a Super Bowl. So what do you know about it? Because he's been a coach for it. Like okay, like Pete Carroll's he's last time I checked, he has 2 legs and he puts his pants on 1 leg at a time. He takes his shit in the morning right before he showers and he brushes his teeth. Just like he does everything I do. So it's like he's not any more infallible than any other human being on this planet. Now, does he have more expertise? Yes. But has he been right 100% of the time? No, because if he was, he wouldn't be our coach right now because he'd still be in Seattle. So, like he's not infallible. And we've seen, we can go down the line of mistakes he's made. We go down the line of our previous Super Bowl winning coach, John Gruden, and he made plenty of mistakes. And we can
wait a second. John Gruden was not our Super Bowl winning coach. He was the Super Bowl fuck you coach.
Well, yeah, but I mean, our coach, our head coach, we had that won a Super Bowl.
I knew exactly what you were saying. I just needed to be fucking nitpicky about that fucking point because I'm like Papa whatever in this fucking conversation.
Yeah. Look, Jeff, I don't even want to get into that because Pete Carroll's supposed to be the game management guy or the right decision guy.
That was fucking fuck twat.
That was really stupid.
That was his.
I mean, look, if I'm the head coach, at some point you got to overrule it. Right? If it's Super Bowl on the line,
yeah,
I'm saying
they should have just handed it to Marshawn Lynch.
This is your call, Darrell Bevel. You know what?
Darrell Bevel. I was thinking.
Darrell Bevel. Yeah, Darrell Bevel. Yeah, that he had a good Darrell Bevel. I think did Darrell Bevel get a head coaching job? I know Dan Quinn did, but I don't remember Darrell Bevel.
I think Bevel got a college job. I'll look it up while we're waiting.
But so nobody's infallible. So I hate when people, Pete Carroll, like you could say like, you know what? Hey, I think Pete Carroll, I've seen him develop some DBs before. I've seen him turn some guys. Seen some guys that were with Seattle and then they leave Seattle. They go to other teams. They're not as good. And I've seen guys that, hey, they were playing corner at other teams. They come to Seattle and they're better. Okay. Like, yeah, that's fair. But I hate when people just shut it down. Like, Pete Carroll's won a Super Bowl and he had the Legion of Boom. So what, like, he knows more than he can't be wrong about this. Like, yeah, he can be wrong about it. You can use that as your justification saying, no, I think we should trust him on this. And I can say, no, I still don't trust him. And, we'll just have to agree to disagree at that point. But I just hate when people try to shut down the conversation with Pete Carroll knows more than you. But yeah, he knows more than all of us, but we still have decisions that we like and we don't like. And we have things we would rather have done. Rather not have done it. Sometimes we'll be right about those things and sometimes we'll be wrong about those things. But I think, people try to just shut down arguments like that. I think it's lazy more than anything because like you don't feel like trying to justify your point. So rather than that, you deflect it and you use Pete Carroll's experience as a shield against any criticism against your point and instead of making your point yourself. And
that's the word too that Severe's talking about, Captain Jack. You've been on shows where people just want to troll, but it's lazy, man. It's lazy to troll. Like you want to have a conversation, and believe me, Severe, you know this. I backed Tyree Wilson, right? I backed Tyree Wilson for the simple fact that I wanted C.J. Stroud.
That's Michael Grant.
We didn't get.
It's Michael Grant.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I wanted C.J. Stroud. We didn't get C.J. Stroud, right? Because my whole thing about that, remember, Severe, CJ Stroud was in the Showtime boxing. They already made the deal, bro. You already shook hands with the owner. I was like, this is fucking great. We're gonna get CJ Stroud. Exactly. This is gonna be awesome, right? And then we totally didn't get him. So when we got Tyree, I was like, okay, I'm invested in this plan because we got the guy from Arizona who ended up becoming crazy.
Chandler Jones.
Thank you, John Jones's brother. So anyway. The plan is Chandler Jones is gonna give him the pass for year one because year one he's hurt and Chandler Jones, and then you know what happened, right? Yeah. So then right away, everybody started fucking treating Tyree Wilson like he's supposed to be Ashton Genty, bro. Yeah. And I'm like, that That's not fair. So I'm not joining that fucking trolling bandwagon. I'm gonna stick to the plan that the kid was promised. The kid was promised year 2 when he was healthy. Year 2 when he was healthy, and this is what I was yelling at on when I was getting hot at that other at Jeff show with Chris and everybody, was I was saying, if you guys are gonna get mad at Tyree Wilson, then why aren't any of you motherfuckers getting mad at Christian Wilkins? Because it's the same bullshit. In fact, Christian Wilkins played one more game than Tyree Wilson and had less stats. Tyree Wilson in the games he played had better stats. And you guys are still shitting on the guy that's on a rookie contract that we're only paying $1 million to. You're already giving up on this kid. I'm like, no. So here's my whole stance on it. Like him, don't like him. My stance is it is year 3 of a rookie contract where this kid with the talents that he had at Texas Tech was promised a position that he will contribute year 3, right? But it's really year 2. It's really his sophomore year. So there's no fucking way, Severe, we're getting rid of him. We're going to play him this year. We're going to have him for year 4. And guess what? If he improves year 4, we're keeping him on the 5th-year option because that shit is still
that I disagree with. That I disagree with.
It'd still be cheaper if he's really good. If he ends up being better than Cleveland Farrell because he actually is good enough to be, call it whatever you want, defensive line, defensive tackle / edge sometimes, whatever, bro, whatever you want to call it. But if he's a solid contributor, cheaper to give him a 5th-year option than it is to go re-sign somebody. Because Malcolm Koonce, bro, cost us a shitload of money for something that I don't know if he's going to be good this year or not. If Malcolm Koonce fucking tears an ankle, right, here's what's going to happen, bro. Here's exact. In fact, I'll tell you what all the trolls are going to say to me because I've been backing Tyree Wilson. They're going to be like, oh, see, bro, Malcolm Koonce fucking got hurt, and Tyree Wilson, this was supposed to be his year, and they gave him that assignment, and he sucks. Well, look, motherfucker, we already know that Tyree Wilson is supposed to now, he's better at times playing on the inside. It's better actually to partner him sometimes on the inside. So I see Tyree Wilson being a tweener, right? Kind of a freaky tweener. Sometimes you throw him on the inside, sometimes you throw him on the defensive line. Every once in a while, throw him on the edge, right?
Yeah.
If Malcolm Koonce fucking gets hurt, blame Malcolm Koonce. Don't start yelling at Tyree Wilson for not producing because his actual position is not to be all bendy and shit like Max Crosby. He's not that. He is, let me push you severe so you can get the fuck out of the way.
So I would say, because it's going on 5.5 hours. I know Captain Jack has to get out of here. I would say this about Tyree Wilson. Unless Tyree Wilson has a season in either this year or, it has to be this year. Because I think they have to pick up the 5th year before the beginning of his 4th year. So if he doesn't have absolutely revelation of the season this year, the Raiders would decline his 5th-year option, and they would rather go the draft route and try to get another guy in the draft. And, he'll either be serviceable or have the potential to be, greater than that. I said Tyree Wilson is Michael Grant. Actually, with Tyree Wilson is Deontay Wilder if Deontay Wilder can never land his right hand. Like, if he can never land his right hand. If Deontay Wilder can't land his right hand in the fight, then he's not good. And Tyree Wilson but when he can, but Tyree has the one move, is the bull rush. But it's not landing. It's not a dominant move. Like, we all know, if Deontay Wilder hits you with his right hand, you're going to sleep, right? The only 2 people that have survived it are, really that landed flesh is really, Bermaine Stavern in the first fight, and then Tyson Fury.
Gilles last year.
Oh yeah, Gilles, but Gilles is like 500 pounds. He's not a human being. But the only actual humans that have survived it are Bermaine Stavern and Tyson Fury. Whatever Gilles is, whatever lab he was created in, is different. So Tyree, he just lacks the fundamentals to be a good football player. And you were betting on traits, and the traits haven't materialized. And we say it's not fair to expect this of Tyree Wilson, but when you draft somebody that high, especially when you miss out on the guys that you missed out on, whether you liked, Paris. Well, we do. Paris Johnson drafted in front of us, but Jalen Carter. But there were extenuating circumstances around Jalen Carter why we weren't going to get him. Even though I wanted him, but you didn't get Christian Gonzalez, and then there's the other offensive lineman you could have gotten. And so it's like when you draft him in front of those people, you expect production. You see number 7 overall pick in the first round, you expect a guy to produce. You like serviceable is not serviceable. Like that's not good. You're not gonna accept that. So like a perfect example. If you pay $70 for a pay-per-view, you want a good fight. And if you don't get it, I don't care. I don't care what happened. If the guy slipped and it fell out the ropes, you don't want to hear no excuses. I paid $70. I want to see a good fight. I don't care why it's not a good fight. All I know is I paid my $70. I wanted a good fight, and we wanted a good player. And Tyree Wilson has yet to prove that he's a good player. So I finished with this. My very first video on YouTube is my critique of Tyree Wilson and the pick, and I tried to play both sides of it, but I said back then, like, Tyree Wilson doesn't really have any pass rush moves, and if he he doesn't have a lot of bend, and if he doesn't get develop one of the two of those in the NFL, he's not going to be very good. And when we add context to his stats last year, because me and 805 and Chris, we watched the film. Look at, I think Tyree had either 4 sacks or 4.5 sacks last year. 2 of those sacks came off of 2 of them were on pick play or stunts, D-line games where Adam Butler was a pick man. So basically Tyree was the loop man. He was running unblocked. And then one of them was unblocked. And then the other sack was like an effort coverage sack. So it's like not like he's out there, not like he's like setting up a knockout. It's like lucky punches. He landed like 4 lucky punches. It's not like it wasn't a lot of skill, or he set a trap. It was a pull counter. It was I'm closing my eyes and I'm swinging, and he landed 4 times. To his credit, but you can't depend on luck, or you can't depend on somebody else setting the table for you. At some point, you have to create those sacks yourself, and he hasn't shown the ability to do that.
And that's by the way, Cap, is all very fair. That's a very fair, and he was using a lot of boxing analogies. If you weren't getting some,
I mean, and I was there with you, and I knew that the points were meeting the mark, because and I was doing this while you're saying like and the I got you. I had no fucking clue the guy is, but I knew that you knew, and that's why it was great, because you knew, and I'm like, yeah.
and again, there won't be a right or a wrong, because if Tyree balls out, Severe is going to be happy that I was right. And if he does end up getting cut or whatever, then it's fine, man. I'm not going to. It's no skin off of my teeth.
He's here at least 2 more years, like you said. He's here at least this year and at least year 4, because it doesn't make sense for him not to be. Year 5 is year 5 is, like I said, I don't see that happening. But if he does get year 5, it means this year he turned into a monster, and that's what we need. They need that, because, like you said, Malcolm Kuntz is not coming off ACL. Year 1 is usually tough. We no longer have Christian Wilkins, and like Laulu is a second-year player too. He had some flashes last year, but we don't know who he's going to be. Lucky Fatu is hurt now, so we just brought in. We moved Tonka Hemingway from defensive tackle to D end, and so like there's a lot of question marks. So this is Tyree's second chance. He had a chance last year. Now technically that was his rookie year. People want to say, okay, I'll give him. It was a rookie year. We'll call it that.
Yeah, so that's what was told to him. All I was saying is that's what was told to him.
Yeah. So this is the year. This is the year for him to show and prove. This is the second opportunity, because he's gonna get an opportunity because of everything going on around him, especially on this defensive line. So if he doesn't show this year, I think the writing's on the wall.
Right. Wait,
no, that's my segue. I was looking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Segue, Mark, man.
Go ahead. Go get him, Cap.
You can't give me a better segue, Mark, than that. The writing's on the wall. Thank you, because you guys are so intent, and I said no. That's my George Costanza. Leave on a high note and fucking go. Okay, that's my mark, and I thank you for it. the writing's on the wall. I want to thank everybody who's still here. I see there's 29 people watching. I thank you for that. I never get 29 people watching this show, and that I know that I got the Nav's people with me, and I thank you. If you're on Nav's channel and you're part of that 29, thank you. I want to thank Angelo. I want to thank Severe. I want to thank Rafa. I want to thank Jack Kenna. I want to thank Apakazi. I know I'm forgetting people. I want to thank every Navman, obviously Navman for coming in. I want to thank everybody. I this is like a fucking award show, okay? Like I just won the Academy. I want to thank my producers. I want to thank the directors. I want to thank the bimbo I fucked in the lounge. You know, I got all
the music. Somebody play the music.
Wrap it up, Cap. Wrap it.
I want to thank everybody for being here. I gotta go. No, it's 3:08 in the fucking morning, and I gotta wake up in a couple hours. So I appreciate the writings on the wall. I said that's my mark. Yeah. That's my mark. Severe, thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Gentlemen,
is it Salamat? Salamat?
Yeah, Salamat.
You got it.
Very good. Very good, Severe.
You got it.
Very good. So Severe, are you dating a Filipino girl now? Can I ask that?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, there's always your first. Okay.
They're everywhere in LA.
Oh yeah, they're all over the place.
They're all over there. Yeah. It's not hard to find.
If Angelo and me are there, you know, we'll tag because he speaks fluent. I speak enough to get you in trouble, so we'll be good to go. But
Severe would be easy to get. Severe would be like throwing what do you call it? Throwing dynamite in the ocean because all of them would come out, man. All of them would be like, "Who's this guy?" Like, hold on, I'm not trying to make another Dylan Harper right now.
I will be on this show. Maybe this long tomorrow, I don't know, but I will be on at 9:00 Eastern for my start. I will be doing the show while the Raiders are on. We'll be there. If you guys and gals and everybody here wants to come in, I don't know if you're doing a show, Severe, or if Angelo's doing a show. If you want to come in during that time, everybody's always invited.
Oh, Severe, what are you doing tomorrow? Are you doing a Pharaoh? Are you doing?
I'm doing a post game with Pharaoh.
Post game with Pharaoh. Are you doing Chris and Paul for like a watch party?
No, probably not. Cause my son has practice. I'm gonna be watching the game from my phone while he's at practice. I'm gonna be checking back in and forth between the games.
Oh, by the way, Cap, shout out to his son who won an award. Did he win it or is
no? He's in the running right now.
He's in the running
for Athlete of the Year, the Sports Illustrated. So
Sports Illustrated Athlete of the Year. Look at that. See, all the Filipinos would be like, "Ooh, he's got good genes."
Oh, Pogi, come here. I got something for you. Oh, chicken legs. Oh, chicken legs.
No, but that's awesome, man. That's awesome. And your daughter's doing okay, right, Severe?
Yes.
Cool. See,
they're musicians.
Yeah.
Well, my oldest daughter's a musician.
I told you, man. Happy to teach them about the sweet science and the art of fighting, but they will never, bro. Never.
Did I tell you that he wants to box? I told you.
Of course he does. Because all of them do.
Box.
Of course he does. Happy to make sure that he goes the right path. But the minute he says, "Daddy, I think I could be the next," Shakur Stevenson, Uncle Angelo is gonna be like, "No, that's not happening. What you're gonna do is you're gonna go to college."
Exactly.
And if not, I will put them in the fucking military.
Okay.
In a good job. Good job.
That's nothing wrong with that either.
That'll do that. Gentlemen, take care. Come back tomorrow again. Thank you again. So it's been a while. I loved having you on and Angelo as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm fucking shutting up. Bye. You're still here? This is the show's over. The show's over. This is my fucking, what's the name of that guy? Matthew Broderick, fucker. You're still here?
Ferris Bueller.
Go home. Go home. Good night. Good night, guys. Take care,
I appreciate
everybody.
you guys.
We'll see you. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you, Angela. We'll see everybody.
guys.
I'm just gonna. All right.
Later.